What's up, you guys? Yeah, I'm definitely live, so I should have been saying something. Yeah, guys, I'm partying it up right now. You guys want to come in and party with me? It'd be fucking dope. It'd be sweet. Yeah, this is not going to be a regular thing. I just decided I wanted to come on. Don't really feel like playing video games or making music right now. That's usually what I do on Friday nights. So I'm here having some drinks. You guys want to have some drinks with me? You guys want to chill with me? That'd be awesome. I'm going to go check out the chat section and see if anybody's floating around. You know, it's all good, guys. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, hey, Jess. What's up?
Hello.
Hey, Jess. What's up, man?
All right.
Cool. Anything going on, man?
Yeah, World Tanks.
World of Tanks?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Right on.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good game.
Yeah.
Having some drinks. Thought I'd have a party. So we'll see if anybody else shows up.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. Anything else going on, man? How's life? What you been up to, man? What are you doing? Playing World of Tanks. What else you been up to, man?
Keeping up with current events.
That's cool. Like what? Like what? Can you name anything?
Middle East, all that.
Yeah, I don't know. I tend to not bother with that anymore.
I just listen to alternative media.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see if anybody else shows up. I'll sit around for a little bit. I'll be here for about an hour probably, just hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
Getting drunk a little bit, relaxing.
Profiling.
What?
Styling, profiling.
Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna load up some, you know what?
It's also a long-term thing, watching Power Rangers.
I should put the link in the description to get in here. I should probably do that. I think I'll do that. Okay. I'm gonna go off camera.
Mm-hmm. Episode
Okay,
13. Power Ranger Zeo.
What? Episode 13 of something?
Zeo. Power Ranger Zeo.
I could send the link to a few people. I'll probably do that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I'm probably going to toy around a bit with the options. I want to be able to play YouTube on here, so I'm going to see if I can figure that out. Yeah, it doesn't seem to work when you use the YouTube app. I think I need to like screen share the page or something. Well, I'll mess with it. We'll see. Okay, I better post this link in here so if anybody wants to come in, they can come in. Otherwise, nobody's going to get in. I invited some people, but that only goes so far. So how have you been liking Logic Church, Jess?
Pretty well. It's fun.
Is it? I've been working hard on it. Been like, thinking about it all the time. How can it get better? Who can I get? I'm trying to get more awesome people to come on.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone in particular that you could think of that you'd want to see on here?
The ones that I already want to see on here have been here, like Chris.
Yeah, I need to get him on again. He doesn't respond to any of my invitations, though. I invite him all the time.
Yeah, maybe he's more busy, I don't know. I do have him on Facebook.
Oh, it won't let me edit it. It won't let me edit it. No!
Ah! Oh snap!
Save me! Okay, 2 people watching. Okay, you guys, people are watching. You got to come into the thing, so type something into the chat on the right side. Oh no, never mind, they just left. Like, what's this? What's this garbage? Fuck this.
I got to know.
What is this? Ah, this sucks. Fuck this guy.
Boy. Okay, I'm subscribed to astronomy magazine. Well, not subscribe, but I look at their newsletters.
Cool, if I can get Rizzle in here.
How about Nephilim? The guy with the picture of Darwin, I think.
That's cool. We're just partying it up. Yeah, I want to get a few more people in here, so I invited the whole shebang, so everybody's been invited. Hey, do you want it? Hey, just being myself, do you want to come in? So there is somebody watching. Yeah. Hopefully I can invite this guy and he can come in and chill. We can keep it all real all up in this motherfucker. Oh man. I gotta be careful hanging out with all these black people. They don't seem to mind when I let my inner black person out a little bit though. What's up?
Hello.
Hey Charlene, what's up?
Not much.
Welcome to the Lolgic Party.
Are we partying it up?
Oh yeah, partying it up. Having a few drinks. Yeah. Little weekly reward right now.
Couple days before the main event.
Yeah, kind of like a pre-party before the Logic Church on Sunday, kind of a thing.
What time is it?
8:20 p.m. So fairly early in the evening.
I'm 2 hours ahead of you.
Here it's 11:23 p.m.
I'm an hour behind you.
Cool.
10:23 now.
Okay. Boom. Invited. Oh, do you guys want to see the best beer ever? Oh, no, it didn't go. Oh, there it is. This is the best beer ever. I've never gotten a hangover on this. It's delicious, and it'll get you drunk. It's a good beer. Very good. Highly recommended. As you guys can see, with my physique, I don't drink beer all that often. So.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Right on. Charlene, how's it going? What's up? What have you been up to?
No, not much.
If you really want to imitate Sherlock Holmes, you have an actual pipe.
Yeah.
I was relaxing and watching hockey.
Hockey?
There's a movie I've seen yesterday.
Hockey?
Movie. Can't speak tonight. There's a movie I've seen yesterday called Dark Angel.
Ooh.
But it's
Hockey,
funny.
huh?
It's about an alien drug addict. Basically,
Alien drug addicts?
well, there's two. One is a alien drug addict. The other one's a cop. But of course, the alien drug addict is killing people with heroin, so they get their rare drug out of the person's brain.
That's crazy shit, dude.
Yeah. There, of course, there's American cop. Actually, I never really pronounced his last name. Let me look up that. Doing that for.
Cool, man. So who's been your favorite guest so far in Logic Church, Jess?
I'd say Chris.
Chris? Yeah, Chris was, I gotta get him back on here. You know, I hope Chris sees this. I don't think he will see this, but I really need to get him back on, because I didn't want to leave his philosophy on that kind of a note. I kind of want to go into his philosophy a bit more. So I'm hoping maybe he sees the episode I did on Gary or something like that, and he's like, oh, okay, I'll just go on and, you know, I'll let Logic pick my brain and share my philosophy with people.
Yeah, Dolph Lundgren. Run in that movie.
Yeah. Hey Jess, we got, dude, you gotta, it would be really awesome if you can get your hands on a better microphone since you're in the Logic Church all the time, you know? That would be cool, dude.
My voice sounds kind of a bit lower.
Oh, okay. How's it going, man? Skillin'? Skillin' is killing. It's funny because he likes knives, and so he practices the art of sword fighting. So you know, the goal of sword fighting is to kill. So killing, skilling. I don't know. I'll work on that. Hey, how's it going?
Oh, not too bad. I was busy today with moving and stuff, and I fell asleep super early, and then woke up about half an hour ago because that's what happens, I guess, when you go to bed early.
Cool.
It's funny.
So you tired, man?
Not right now. I was tired after work, but then I slept for at least a couple hours there. It was mostly I had a really bad headache, and I just needed to go to sleep, but I feel better now, so.
Sometimes I go to bed late
Cool.
and wake up early.
Yeah. Cool, man. Right on. Yeah, dude. So what have you been doing? So you got you've been like teaching like a sword class or something? Like you told me before, right? So you're doing
yeah.
like
I teach German longsword mostly, but the big goal is to get my own place, right, like a warehouse or something, and then teach 5 nights a week. Teach the German/English names are Ringen or wrestling, Durchfechten or dagger fighting, Messerfechten or messer fencing. What's it called? A poleaxe and a longsword. But right now I just teach longsword on Wednesdays. So, but it's been growing.
That's cool though. That's cool, especially like that as a dream. That is pretty awesome, dude.
Well,
you should be proud of that, dude. That's cool.
Like it's. Oh, thanks, man. It's becoming a reality like really quickly. Actually, like I haven't advertised. I don't know. In about 6 months, and people keep finding the school. Like I honestly just don't know how they're doing it. I'm like, how did you find the club? Like, dude, we're not super public, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Last week, 2 more people found the club, and they're like, "Oh, is it cool if we join today?" And I was just kind of like, "Well," and I was just a little bit hesitant, and I was like, "Nice, nice. IPAs are always good."
Yeah.
I was just like, it's not a problem for you to join. I'm just wondering if I'll have enough training swords. And now I'm probably going to have to put in another order for like, well, I need to get at least 4 people who are going to order like the wooden training swords before it's worth it for me to put in an order. But
Yeah.
there's at least 4. Like, oh yeah, a couple weeks ago, 2 more guys joined. Two Chinese guys actually, U and G, and they're super awesome. They train really hard. Like, they bring an intensity to the training. Like, just they are also in boxing, so they just the focus they train with is really nice. It's kind of what I want to see in everybody.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that will kind of transfer over to everybody else, or like it'll inspire everybody to train as hard as they do. So that's like four people in the last 3 weeks, and I haven't advertised in months. And I told them, I'm like, okay, here's the price. I'll have to order them in. This will end up being cheaper than if you order this individually. And they're all like, yeah, okay. And I was just like, oh, sweet, okay. Well, we can go ahead with that then. So now I'm just going to try to get as many other people, because there's one guy who's been training for quite a while, and he doesn't have a training sword. So the goal is to get him to get one, and then my roommate has been, he occasionally shows up. It's weird. He'll be there like sometimes, but not others, and he will be like, oh, I want to get a training sword, and then I'm like, okay, well, I need money from you now then. And he'll be like, oh, well, right now isn't good, and I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. So he's a little kind of in-betweenish, I guess, but that's fine. And I don't know, it's just, I don't actually know how the club is growing so quickly. I've mostly just been focusing on teaching and then getting everybody's, like, my main focus right now is training the people that I have, but it just happens that it is also growing. And I honestly have no idea how this is occurring.
Dude, okay. Dude, I'm so psyched for you. Like, dude, you got to make this dream come true, because this is something that you really want, man, and you've been thinking about this. And I feel you, because that's how I feel about music too.
Yeah.
And dude, as long as you keep your mind focused on that, and you try to make that a part of your reality, and every day you're taking actions and you're doing things to get closer to that goal, you're gonna get there. You know?
Oh yeah, man, that's exactly it.
Totally.
That's exactly what I've been doing too. I mean,
Yeah.
the reason I haven't been advertising so much is not because it's because what's happening now is the people who want to find the club, who are like really dedicated, are the ones who are joining right now, and I'm like, oh, these are exactly the people that I want. I'm just kind of like, I don't really feel that I need to change anything up in order to like get a whole bunch of people. I just want a whole bunch of awesome people to keep joining.
Yeah.
And then the goal is to get up to 25-ish people who train regularly, and then I'll have enough people that I could afford to like rent out a warehouse type thing, without being in any kind of a dodgy financial situation, and then I'll be able to like expand outwards with the amount of stuff that I teach. But it's a lot of small incremental steps, like you're saying, like every single day do something more. And I've been working on mostly working on expanding into making videos recently, which is you think it'd be super easy to make a video about swordsmanship that like looks cool and is interesting? It is actually quite difficult. So, but that's kind of where.
Yeah, but dude, that's awesome. Dude, I'm so excited for you. That's great, dude.
Thanks, man.
Dude,
like I said,
something true.
Yeah, it keeps. Well, I spent a whole lot of time figuring out how to teach in such a. Well, let me put it this way. I've been doing martial arts for like half my life at this point, and a lot of the other clubs had certain problems in the past, and I was just like, well, it seems like, well, for example, it's like with karate, right? That's what I first started with, and I was like, oh, okay, you know, like this is a thing. And you do a lot of kata, right? Which is a lot of like practicing the basic motions or whatever.
Mhm.
But we didn't really get so much opportunity to actually like practice applying a technique, and we didn't get any practice like actually doing freeform stuff. And I was like, okay. And so from there, I kind of went into Sistema, which is they don't really give you any specific techniques. I mean, you're basically supposed to figure out the technique, but they don't explicitly teach it to you. So from there, what you're supposed to do is be able to just apply it to the situation, and then just apply it in a freeform kind of a setting. And
So you're designing with your own, like, you're considering past stuff and you're considering what you're supposed to do, but you're designing basically a curriculum for like a fighting style that you would never learn anywhere else, basically. You know.
well, you can learn this. You can learn this style somewhere else. It's just that the method that I teach is something that is not. I haven't really seen it in other martial arts. It's like a conglomeration of the parts that worked of a whole bunch of other martial arts.
Yeah.
So there's like the part where it's like, okay, you know, somebody's just going to try to hit you. Just do something to not get hit. Here are a couple things that will help you, like step out of the way, you know, and then like throw them to the ground. That's how Sistema worked. And then there was this club called Valor Historical Fencing, and what that was is they would teach like a technique, and then hey Athena, and then from there, after they taught the technique, it would just be free play. But we didn't drill it in context, and they never taught what the technique was supposed to accomplish, or how to what are you gonna say? They never taught like the context for it, or like the situations to use, or what it's supposed to accomplish within a fight, right? Like control, like sometimes it's about controlling distance, sometimes it's about controlling the enemy's or like the opponent's point, sometimes it's about doing other things like that, gaining positioning, that type of thing. So what I did when I started teaching was I basically used all of those different things. It's like, oh, this part exists in this style, this part exists in this style, and this part exists in this style, but really you need all of them. So the first part is, here is the basic action. You need to practice like how to get your footwork synced up with your cutting, and how to like do all of the basic actions. Then you need to learn how to do specific techniques, and then you drill them with a partner in all the situations where they're designed for, right? Just kind of in isolation. And then you just focus on that until people start to get comfortable with it and they start to understand what's actually going on. I also explain like the mechanics of the technique, right? It's like, okay, this is going to wedge the point offline as you continue to stab them. Explain all the relevant concepts that underlie this. And then what happens is it's like, okay, it works for A, B, and C situation, and now this other person is going to do either A, B, or C thing, and you have to apply the right slight variation of this technique to that thing. And then from there it goes on to, you know, just adding more complexity, right? So as a result, it's just like putting all of the parts together, the basic movement to like give you the idea, the part where they demonstrate it and then you copy it a bunch. The second part where you actually practice applying it in a fairly controlled environment, and then the third part where you actually have to start making decisions and figure out where to actually use this, and then you get the experience and you know, move on from there.
Oh man, and do you know what? You're the perfect person to explain that stuff to people, because that's how you are, dude. You're like this technical person. So you're like, okay, this technical thing, I'm going to explain this technical thing to you. That's great, because like your dream totally fits your personality too. That's pretty cool, dude.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, man.
I love how you're like actualizing.
That's really funny how you just are like, oh, you're a really technical person. Like I've gotten that a lot recently, or it's really funny to me, because it's like, yeah, I guess I actually am a pretty technical-minded person. But when I begin teaching and stuff, like I just kind of outlined it or whatever. But when I'm actually teaching, there's like so much kind of funny stuff that goes on, or like silly things, and it's like I'm constantly adapting to a situation. Like one time I was having difficulty teaching this technique, and people were having difficulty in the stage of it, like applying it in drills. So I had to go back and kind of help them get the basic movement down without any opposition. And I created the technique's called the Absetsen, right? And I created what I called the Absetsen dance. And a lot of times I'm most creative when usually I teach at night, right? So from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. And I'm usually quite tired because I get up and I do a physical job. Like I move stuff all day, and then I get here and I teach. And usually what happens is I'm pretty tired, but then I'll like drink some caffeine or whatever, and
Yeah.
I kind of just get in a certain kind of a mindset where it's like I'm a little bit at first like, I kind of, I don't really know if I actually want to show up and teach today. Like, it's going to require some. And then I get there and I see everybody and I'm like, oh wait, these are all of my favorite people. These are all the best people to be around. And I'm like, everybody is awesome. And then what happens
Wait,
is.
I like
What's that?
these people.
What's that?
I like these people.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
said,
I'm like,
okay, I'm just saying, it's like, wait, I like all those people.
oh yeah, you just turned into a robot for a second, so I couldn't understand what you're saying.
Sorry, I was trying to hype you up.
Oh, yeah, no
Yeah.
worries. I think your internet
Yeah.
just slowed down, or maybe mine, I don't know. But
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
no, that's exactly it. Like, I get there, and I'm just like, yes, these are, like, the most awesome people. I love being around them, and I love what I do, and then the caffeine kicks in, and then I'm just like, yeah, I'm ready to go. So I get in this really kind of creative mindset, and then what happens is it's like, you know, the Absetsen thing. I created what was called I called it the Absetsen dance, and I'm like, you know, we're basically just standing on a line, going back, like stepping, like doing a half step and doing the technique, and then stepping back and doing this again, just to build up some, like, muscle memory or like some comfort with the basic action. And meanwhile, I'm like, kind of like ad-libbing or improvising lyrics for this explanation to the chicken dance song, and apparently I created quite an earworm because it's one of the students was telling me that she couldn't get the song that I just made up on the fly out of her head for like 2 weeks. It was pretty funny to me. I was just like, oh yeah. I'm actually gonna get a drink, so.
Okay, take your time. Hey Athena, how's it going?
It's going good.
Awesome.
Happy.
What do you do, Athena? What's your passion? What are you into?
Art.
Okay, so,
I'm in a band.
okay, so art, and you're in a band. Okay.
Yeah. I don't work, so my boyfriend's a chef, and we live in a tourist town, so it's like we don't really have both of us working.
Yeah, well, my roommate, she's pregnant, and her boyfriend, fiance, is also a cook, so that's fascinating. So I have like a site, you know, like I have like some sort of connection with you because I sort of experience in my everyday life sort of a similar experience that you experience in your everyday life. So.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so you're doing the band and you're doing the art. So what? Okay, so if you had to choose, which is more important? So the band or the art?
Music is always my first passion.
Okay, me too. I am all about the music. I'm totally down with
Every
music.
genre. Yeah. Every
Yeah,
genre.
I'm crazy about it. Yeah.
Oh, I have
Okay.
something cool to show you guys that I got. Okay, so sometimes we do junk removal, right? So sometimes it's like we'll find weird things. But I found this the other day, which it's not hooked up, but it's a totally functional turntable. And I also found
That's cool.
this, which is pretty interesting, actually. Or I think it's pretty cool. Which is like this. Okay. It's like a suitcase record player. And I saw that and I was like, this is all going to the dump? I'm like, well, that's mine now.
Yeah, totally. I would take it too. I'd be like,
Well,
no.
Me too. That's really awesome because around here it's very hard to find turntables. And DJs. I have a couple of DJ friends, and they're always looking for turntables. So you're lucky.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was just like, whoa, that is the sweetest thing ever. I was actually looking for one for my buddy, and I happened to find two within 2 days of each other. I also got an amp, like a small practice amp for guitar. You can kind of see that.
Cool.
And I was just like,
right on.
yeah, I have a couple guitars, and I much prefer playing bass, honestly, but I haven't really been practicing any music stuff for quite a while because I've been pretty busy with writing code and the swordsmanship stuff.
Bass is always the best, anyway.
I agree. I'm a huge fan of like heavy bass guitar, like
well, yes.
I like I guess like doom or stoner metal, and it's super funny because it's like
I love that too. I love that too. I love it, dude.
That's awesome. It's so funny because people are like, "What, really?" Because it's like, "Oh, stoner metal or whatever." I'm like, "Yeah, man, it's awesome," and they're like, they're just like,
"Yeah, it's dope.
Well,
It's dope."
I played percussion in school and was on the drum line when I was in high school down in Milledgeville, Georgia. So I have an appreciation for bass because it's more like a percussion instrument to me.
Yeah.
And I just think you can do you help the drums and you help lay out like the initial, how all the bass is going to go, and I think it's my favorite part of a band.
Yeah. Well, rhythm and like the rhythm section is like, I don't know, kind of the heart of music for me, where it's like, I don't know, some of the most amazing rhythm sections just kind of drive some of the coolest bands. I mean, you've got really obviously you've got like Rage Against the Machine, you've got No Means No.
Cool.
Oh man, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of. There is another one that I was just thinking of. Oh, Red Hot Chili Peppers has a pretty cool
yeah, I think so too.
Some of their stuff after a while, it sounds really similar. So I can't listen to too much Chili Peppers, but
Primus. That's what I was trying to think of. Primus.
Oh, okay.
Primus is super good bassist.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, Primus is crazy though. That's some weird
Yeah.
music.
Well,
That's interesting.
I like the stuff that he has branched out in. Les Claypool, he's the bassist.
Yeah.
I like the stuff that he has branched out and done, not necessarily what Primus has done. But
yeah. Primus has like a really kind of weird, like almost. I can't remember the name for it, but it's like a broken kind of a rhythm thing going on.
Yeah.
Where they like break up their musical phrasing in actually a really kind of a strange way.
Yeah. I saw them in concert one time, and it was when nobody knew who they were. It was
okay.
It was the second Lollapalooza. I'm talking like 1991 or something. Yeah. And it was very odd because people would start dancing and then they'd get to the next part and you'd be like, how am I supposed to dance to this,
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's really cool, but you're asking stoner metal or like doom metal or whatever you want to call it. I mean, you got like the classics like Sleep, Electric Wizard. Then I found it's not like strictly stoner metal, but it's just really cool. It's this band called Baroness, which I really like. There's a band called Pelican that I found a little while ago that they're pretty cool. I don't know. There's just Mars Red Sky. Just really, really heavy bass and kind of like really, I don't know, ethereal kind of lyrics. It's really hard to describe actually. It's pretty cool though.
Cool, dude. I like. Do you know Casa Sui?
No, I've never heard of
Casa Sui. They're kind of a stoner metal band. Let's see.
Oh yeah.
Euphoria. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Euphoria Tea Day or
Yeah,
something
yeah.
tried?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. It's
Do you know
yeah,
that?
yeah, I do know those. I was trying to I thought it was like
I love that shit.
yeah.
I love it. And then the egocentrics. Do you know the egocentrics?
That I don't know.
I don't even.
Okay, you're gonna love it if you love that stoner stuff. So the egocentrics, it's like love something like astronauts. I don't know, but you can find it.
Oh, Love, Fear, Choice, and Astronauts.
Yeah, that shit is fucking dope as fuck. That is some good music. That stuff
That-
blows me away every time.
Yeah, that looks really cool. I'm definitely gonna check that out now.
Yeah, it's their
I don't
only
know.
good album though.
I hate when that happens. You're like, oh man,
Don't you
this
hate
is
that?
so
Like,
amazing and so inspired, and then you're like, oh, and your other stuff is, it's there.
How do you think that's a weird situation. How do you like think about that? It's like I don't know. I want to enjoy the album, but when I think of the fact that their other albums suck, I don't know. It maybe it has something to do with the relation of the band members or something like that. Who knows?
Yeah, or you mean like why? Why specifically? I don't know. It's like creativity is one of those things that I'm actually like super interested in, and it's kind of like how do you I think creativity is like really kind of as a concept is really hand in hand with mastery. Like if you are attempting to master something, for instance, it's very difficult to be creative, right? Because your brain is effectively like bogged down. I'll give an example with language, right? So when you first start writing, like when a little kid is writing, they're mostly thinking about like, oh, how do I, like how do I spell words, sometimes like, oh, how to use grammar or whatever, right? They haven't mastered that kind of stuff, so they're mostly worried about trying to I guess, master the system of language and writing. And then later on, if somebody continues to write, what'll happen is they can perhaps like write fine, but then they get to the point where they have to begin learning how to write a story, right? Like, what is the structure of a story? How do you actually master telling a story? How do you master a writing style, right? And then from there, once they actually get to that point, when they're no longer constrained by thinking about like the specifics of whatever, or like you said, like with multiple people, it's like a group dynamic, right? When you're not worried about the kind of lower level type of stuff, like the bits and pieces that actually make the thing work, that's when you can start to like express like the higher level stuff. So sometimes it just works out where somebody gets themselves into a state where they're thinking in like that higher, they get into the zone, right? Where they're in that kind of like not thinking about anything specific, but just able to go with whatever's going to be the best decision for the piece. And then, these amazing things come out. And, sometimes that happens, and then what'll happen sometimes also is somebody will do something like that, and then their ego or whatever will get in the way, and then it'll stop them from actually like getting back into that same mindset. So it just kind of comes down to, well, I shouldn't say it just comes down to. I think a large part of this like really difficult kind of a process comes down to just being comfortable with like what you're doing. And eventually, sometimes magic happens, and you got to just be able to recognize it when it does, and then you just produce a whole bunch and sort out the stuff afterwards.
Yeah. Hey, you guys, like, I'm in kind of a weird position because I ended up running into somebody and meeting somebody who has been in the music industry, and they have a lot of experience working with people and stuff like that. And so I'm kind of in a situation where I actually met somebody who is in the industry, who knows people in the industry, and works with people in the industry. And I showed them my music, and they're like offering me a project where they want me to make a bunch of hip-hop beats. They showed me like this guy's style, and they want me to try to like produce some beats that are like around that style, but I'm a freaking novice. I've only been making beats for like 5 months, and so I don't fucking know shit. But my beats are really good. Well, at least I like them, and the people I showed them to, they like them as well. And so I'm kind of like in this situation, and I'm like, oh, but I don't fucking understand that shit well enough because I'm a fucking novice, and I'm not sure if I want to go pro yet. You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah.
here's a lot of what I have to say about that kind of a situation. There's this philosophy that one of the actually like one of the my mentors uh, explained to me, and he calls it ready, fire, aim, which is kind of what I did with the swordsmanship thing, which is like when I started teaching, it's like, well, I had to get letters of recommendation from a totally different school of swordsmanship just to be able to start. But basically, what it comes down to is the best way to actually learn how to do that thing, how to become the pro, so to speak, is sometimes to jump in. But the thing is, it becomes really instructive because you'll get really harsh criticism, and you need to be able to like deal with that harsh criticism, but you need to not stop. You need to like push through it and learn all of the things. Like you'll get a lot of demands, and you just need to like overcome that. And it's probably going to be a situation where you'll have to work tirelessly for like days on end. But
Yeah.
eventually, if you stick with it and you just like take the suggestions that people are giving you, and you eventually master like the different types of things that they want you to do, then eventually you'll have all these skills, and then you'll be able to kind of move into your own direction type of thing.
Right,
I
because if it doesn't work out, it's just not going to work out, right? So
Yeah, I agree that it's the kind of thing where it's almost like they automatically do it in a way where you feel pressure, and sometimes that makes somebody into a better artist, and sometimes it makes them feel insecure and they quit. So I think that, yeah, it's all about confidence.
yeah,
You just have to stick with it, and you just have to like a lot of it comes down to just always look at every situation as, instead of being like, oh, did I succeed or did I fail, look at it as a chance to learn something new. It's like, okay, sometimes, yeah, you know what, straight up you're gonna fail, but anyone who's great at anything has failed a ton at all kinds of things. I mean, the whole light bulb example, you can't see it
yeah,
as failure. You have to see it as a new opportunity to learn, and it's a test, right? And it just
right.
shows you where you need to improve. So I would say like keep looking at it like that, and then you'll that's how you'll get the most out of it.
Yeah, totally. It's kind of scary though. I mean, like, whew, because I like the music I make, but I know that I'm not. I'd like if somebody put me in a fucking studio and I had to figure out what's going on with the soundboard and like figure all that stuff out. Man, I'm in a whole nother world. I cannot do that. I haven't learned enough to be able to understand that stuff, right? So I know I can't handle that at all. But this is the kind of thing where I'm able to use my computer and mess around with stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm feeling like, ooh, maybe it's a bit over the top because I'm feeling like my experience just really isn't like enough. Like it's possible that I could pull it off, but yeah, I could probably do it, but
Hey
I don't know.
man,
Maybe I'm second guessing myself.
the thing is, at very least, you have the internet, right? And when you get into a situation where you're not sure what's going on, just be like, hey, I'm not familiar with this. This is when I was talking about you're going to have to work tirelessly for days at times. Where it's like,
Yeah,
okay, you know, sometimes it's like, okay, I don't know about this thing. I mean, the thing is, though, fortunately, we do have the internet, so pretty much if you're it's not just like cats on YouTube, right? It's like you can actually learn pretty much anything that you actually need to learn, which is the most amazing thing ever.
yeah, it
And
really
when you're in
is.
that situation,
Yeah,
you won't be able to know what you need to learn to do your job until you start doing it sometimes. And that's where the ready, fire, aim thing comes in, where for me it was kind of like I just basically was like, okay, hey, community centers. I started calling them up and sending them emails and stuff and talking to people. I'm like, hey, you know, like what would it take for me to get this going? And it's like, oh, well, we'll need a letter of recommendation from somebody. And it's like, oh, okay. And it just so happened that I was in a fencing club at the time, which was a different style, but they were with the same branch of community centers. So when they wrote a letter of recommendation, it was kind of like, oh, that's what I needed. And now I got an email from the treasurer slash the person who, like the person I initially contacted with the community centers, and she's like, oh wow, you know, like your club is really popular. Is there anything that you want from us? And I was like, no, not really. I mean, like, thanks. Like, cut me a check at the end of the month, and that'll make me happy. Like, but that's the thing. Like, you won't actually know what you need to learn. It won't be it won't be as focused, right? But consider this like your apprenticeship, right? Consider it you're going to be working with somebody else, and this is when you're going to learn the trade.
Yeah, you're right. So it's not really a thing of success or fail. It's kind of like a thing where I'm testing myself, and I'm also learning and having experiences with people and stuff. Yeah.
And it's usually pretty malleable, and you can use those tutorials. Like, I got a mandolin for my birthday, and so I ended up doing a lot of tutorials and stuff, and ended up being able to play rhythm on mandolin because I just don't have very fast fingers. But I can play it as a percussion instrument. But I learned it because of going online.
Yeah, right on. Awesome.
That's one of the things I feel like the internet is actually kind of overlooked, or people to a certain extent look down on the internet as like a source of information, right?
Yeah.
A lot of times when I'm like arguing with people, I'm like, we need to go and check some facts. I'm like, okay, we can just look online. It will be like, at very least, we can get a whole bunch of data and use statistics to kind of figure out what the norm is, right? But the problem is a lot of times I run into people who, number one, don't understand statistics, and number two, have this idea of, oh, well, it's on the internet, therefore it's not valid information. And I'm like, if I'm capable of doing the thing because I learned it from the internet and I can produce like tangible results, it's like, oh, I can hang drywall. The drywall is on the wall and it's plastered and taped and painted, and it's like, it's done. It's like, it doesn't matter if I learned it from the internet or from a guy, like in person necessarily. I mean, there are certain...
Usually the things you get from the internet that you have to worry about are not things like that. It's things that relate to political and, you know, scientifically disputed stuff. And yeah, Google will spit out things in a way that they think you already believe in instead of trying to teach you something new. But as far as learning things, there isn't as much of a bias on learning instruments or learning how to cook something or how to drywall.
Well, yeah, actually, speaking of cooking, I learned how to cook a whole bunch of things from the internet. I'm like, it's the world's biggest cookbook. Like, come on, it's awesome. Like, I don't know, it's funny because it's like, oh, information from the internet isn't good. This is like a thing that people, I hear a bunch at least, and I'm just like, the thing is, you're probably trying to look up things that are just facts as compared to like practical things, and if you just stick to the practical things, and you can just test it with reality itself. Either the drywall is hung up on the wall, or you end up with like some sort of a horrific mess.
And even when you're talking about facts, a lot of times you can find people, and after a period of time of listening to their videos and stuff, you can figure out if they're a bullshitter, a liar, or trying to get money or whatever. There are a few good ones out there that do just do good videos. Case in point, the video we're on right now. I feel like I trust the way he does things, so therefore I'm more apt to come.
Yeah.
Me? This guy?
Yeah, that guy.
Oh. Yeah, yeah.
He's like,
Thank you.
Yeah, man, it's cool. It was pretty funny, like, the first time that I was talking to you. It was like this, it was actually kind of like a really random encounter. I was just kind of like, hey, well, I call him Snake, but, you know, it's Rizzle Dizzle, oh, he's doing this thing, and he's telling anybody to join, and I'm like, well, I have a bunch of alcohol and a bunch of free time, like, why not? So I just sat in comments and was just trolling, and eventually I was just like, if I'm dedicated enough, maybe I'll get in. And like then I did, and we ended up like talking for a while, and it was like this crazy conversation where I kind of rambled for a while because alcohol will do that. And then
then you realize, wait, I'm good.
well,
wait just a second here.
I wouldn't quite say that. I was like, oh, this is actually kind of fun, and I was like, well, that's actually what kind of like got me thinking about doing videos for the Swordsmanship Club. Honestly, I was like, oh, wait a second, I can just do this. I was like, I can totally do this. Like, this is you don't like people on YouTube are just people. Like, it was one of those weird moments where I was like, wait a second, this is totally accessible to everybody. And I don't know why it didn't click before, but I guess sometimes it takes like something to push you to participate before you realize that that's really an option. So
that's awesome, dude.
I
That's
actually
awesome.
watched that video that happened the other night, and I feel like that guy that was on there, Tom, was trying to commandeer the whole video, and if I could see him face to face, I would tell him some crap. But whatever. That's just like one little tiny thing.
was that the
Wait, which
Wednesday
guy?
stream?
That's all I'm saying.
Who was causing trouble? What's that? Who's causing trouble?
I think
What's
she was
she-
talking about the Wednesday
other
stream with
guy,
Rizzo.
when you Rizzo and you Logic went on and did the impromptu thing, and
Yeah.
do you know what I'm talking about? And
Yeah,
the
yeah, that was,
British guy,
yeah.
he was bringing everybody down, and Rizzo has a sense of humor, but there is a limit.
Uh-oh.
The things that he was talking about, which I'm not going to mention, because you could tell that it was bringing Rizzo down, and I could definitely tell that it was bringing you down.
Did you see that he left right after I left? Like those guys were so bad, they were like bringing the tempo down so low, and it's like, oh, you guys. And not only that, but you could see like at the beginning, me and Rizzle, we had like really good commentary. We're being playful, we're having fun.
Yeah.
And then this guy comes along.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That was the one from Wednesday, right? I haven't gotten a chance to watch that. That was actually, it started like right when I was leaving to go teach, and I was like, oh, you guy having a stream right when I have to teach like the one thing that I'm really dedicated to every week.
It seemed like it was going to be really fun, and it was really fun at first, but then there was room in the chat room because there wasn't as many people there, and so the people who filled up, or mainly one person that I had a problem with, was kind of like they were all of a sudden on a broadcast about survivor stories or something, and it just kept getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, it was horrible. It was bad, and it's like, oh man, you guys are the worst guests ever.
I should have came in and straightened them
Sorry
out.
all this happened to you, but my goodness.
I was so excited. I messaged Rizzle immediately when I saw that he was going to go live. And I'm like, dude, nothing would make me happier than to do a hangout with you. And I was so excited. And him and me, we got in and we were like having fun. I'm making fun of him. He's making fun of me.
Yeah.
It was a good time. And then all of a sudden, oh man, I never expected that storm to come into town.
I haven't seen this, so I'm just imagining like the worst thing ever, and I'm just like, okay.
This guy's like, my father hit me, and he hit me to teach me a lesson that I need to hit other kids to get them to stop bullying me.
And
I'm like, oh no,
wait a minute.
the worst logic ever.
Oh my god.
I would have just said,
I think he might be a liar too, though, because he's like,
Yeah,
I'm
he's
part of
fucking
an
around.
international sex ring or some crap.
What? Oh my god, this sounds like total conspiracy theory craziness.
Well,
Oh my god.
Yeah.
he admitted that he had been in psychiatric stuff many times, and that they were hiding shit from him too. So The guy was totally bonkers. But
Wow.
Hey, Andrew, what do you think compared to that guy versus Anthony?
Oh man. Okay, that guy was so much worse than Anthony. Anthony Anthony at least tries to pretend he cares. You know,
I was just gonna say, it seems like he tries, but he just like starts talking and then derails himself. It's like, dude,
yeah.
you forgot what you were saying like 3 words in.
Well, and it's really funny, yeah.
he does, and he's a bad loser because every time I go to look at the comments of any new video, he's on there saying stupid stuff. It's crazy. I guess he's so upset about getting.
It seems like, yeah, he's got a bit of a fragile ego, but I don't know. It seems like that is something that happens with a lot of, we'll say, people who become like who fall into the trap of ideologies, right? Who get caught up in an idea. This is like they.
Hey
form an
guys.
ego.
Hey guys, you forget Anthony has God on his side.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Got
But
God in his pocket.
hey, I've got social justice on my side.
God.
I got Mother Nature on my side. For Mother Earth.
Okay, continue.
You were talking about art before, and like I sometimes do some watercolor painting, so I grabbed a couple of them really quickly while I was up, which I thought, I don't know, I don't really get a chance to show this off very often, so I figured I would take the opportunity because I don't know, I like to paint, but I don't really like care so much about it's one of those things where it's something that I enjoy more than something I care about showing off, I guess. So.
Well, there's the best painter in the world, Mother Nature.
Oh, hold on.
I mean, best artist actually is Mother Nature.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that actually.
Here's a large
Hey guys, Gung Ho Jihad says fragile egos are the mandatory for God-loving children.
Can y'all see that? That's a paying audience.
Wow.
Oh, he came. Oh my God, my dream came true. Rizzle is here. It's awesome. I'm totally wasted. It's awesome.
I always wake up and I find that you sent me like an invitation an hour ago, so I'm like, I better join, even though I look like shit, because like I just slept for 11 hours.
Holy shit, 11 hours, that's like a time travel deal. So,
On vacation, I should have slept for like 20 or something.
20 hours, oh man.
Celebrating your birthday?
Huh?
Are you still celebrating your birthday?
No, I didn't really celebrate it that much. Anyway, I just like to mention it a lot because it gets me attention.
I didn't tell you, Rizzle. Happy birthday, dude. I didn't tell you that.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Everybody tells me I look younger than 34. Probably not at the moment.
Too.
After the first Logic Church, when everybody was kind of like, oh yeah, sometimes Rizzle comes on here, I was just like, I went and got I made coffee the next day and I was thinking about that and I was like, it seems like there should be some sort of like a salute or something around this, and then I was like, oh, I know what it would be. It's like, hail Rizzle, may the Everclear preserve him.
Rizzle, what do you think of that guy from Wednesday versus Anthony?
We were talking about it.
Everybody's making fun of the crazy guy from your hangout.
Tom. His name was Tom.
The British guy with like the dark stories that sound like they're killing people.
Yeah, the guy who killed all the fun. That guy.
Yeah, he's putting me to sleep. I mean, you know, I should have been ruder and been like, shut up! But, you know,
Yeah, why didn't you put an end to that? I was waiting for you to put an end to that.
I don't know. That's pretty high, so I just started drifting in my own thoughts when he was talking, and then like an hour or two would pass, and I'd be like, oh yeah, that guy's still fucking talking.
Oh, I still need to eject that guy. I didn't want to say anything because the dude was legitimately crazy.
Long, it'd suck to change the rules now. He probably thinks it's okay because I didn't say anything the first 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, then he went crazy. Yeah.
You will run into him again, and then maybe you can enlighten him.
Just tell him the first one was a freebie, right? Like the first time. It's like, whoa, that shit's not going to fly anymore.
Yeah, I was still just spacing out. I just closed my eyes and just kind of like napped while awake for like 10 minutes at a time while he was talking.
Who remembers Nephilim?
So what we're finding out here is it's my fault, and I should have let Rizzle make me like some kind of a moderator or whatever. I don't know how the fuck to do that shit, but I should have ejected the motherfucker.
I was trying to force the responsibility on you. I was like, Andrew, well, why don't you do?
Yeah, it's like, Andrew, you know, I thought you were gonna like fucking carry this shit or whatever, but when somebody's that crazy, it's like, oh man, you eject this guy, not me. I'm not doing.
At least he's all the way.
I can't talk over that.
There's no response to the stuff that he says. That's the real problem.
Yeah.
Like, a hangout's supposed to be interactive, but it's like there is no legitimate response to the shit coming at you right now. So I mean, the rest of us just gotta sit here and, like, I don't know.
Just be like, that's a story.
Die of complete boredom.
It's like, come on, man. At least when people say crazy things, at least you could do the public service of making it interesting enough, or at least possible to riff off of, and then go into something else that's not quite as crazy.
Well,
Yeah.
Rizzle, to Rizzle's, you know, whatever, he did try to keep changing the conversation, and he even tried to mute the guy, and the guy figured out how to get unmuted. And
Yeah.
so, I mean, during the time he knew that the guy knew what he was doing. I wouldn't be surprised if we found out he's a professional, like, troll or something.
Well, I feel some of the stuff he was saying was just totally fabricated bullshit. I mean, I didn't want to say it right then, like, sir, what you are saying is bullshit, but it was mostly bullshit.
I kind of wish I was there just so that I could call that guy out on that stuff, because that's one of the things. There's I don't know. I like doing that a little bit, where I'm like, okay, what you're saying makes no sense. Here's why, and then it's like, please stop being so crazy. It's like, it's okay, man. You can be a normal person, and people will accept you.
Okay, how about what would happen if Anthony and that guy were to do the same chat?
Yeah, that would be fucked. That would be so bad.
Yeah, I've never met that Anthony guy. He's been leaving comments on my videos since I did that hangout with Andrew, and I commented on something he commented on. All wasn't very important to me. Anyway, he seems to follow me and comment on my videos now. Never seen him though.
Yeah, he's fucked up. He's a psychopath. So like, he's just fucking around. Just ignore him.
He's got an imaginary audience that he thinks he's playing to that agrees with him.
Yeah, it's like an imaginary audience. Yeah.
This is weird. Last time we were talking, he was like saying something about being an abuser. I'm like, what? Like abusing alcohol or whatever? But I think he was talking about like abusing women, and he just said it in like the most oddly nonchalant way, where he's just like, yeah, I just, you know, I'm just recovering from abusing women. I'm like, what's wrong with you, man? Like, it's so weird.
I kind of like that, you know, the honesty. Like you don't see me pulling hand punches saying, oh, you know, like, I need to get my life together. I have no illusions about that. I'm not going to do that, and I don't want to. You know? May as well just be upfront about it. You know, you can be ashamed of the things you do or did, or you can just state them like facts and let people take those.
It was weird because he's like, I'm a recovering abuser, and I was like, when people say that, normally it's like, what, you abuse like what, like whippets or like alcohol, like what? It was just said in such a way where it's like, what?
That said, I'd probably keep that to myself though. I mean, I'd just be like,
and
I don't physically abuse.
I have to say that he was supposed to be representing his Christianity, and all this, but really he was just like totally hung up on sex and
Yeah, that was
sex
weird.
bots. And we shouldn't have sex bots because it's all a secret to kill everybody, and
Yeah.
it's insane.
It's actually
They're like, oh, I'm gonna get a sex bot, but I need to make sure I unplug it and take its battery out, or it might kill me in my sleep.
Oh, what a fucking hassle. You still have a sex bot. Jesus Christ, is nothing good enough for some people?
yeah, and all the. What about the cost of charging it? That's got to be expensive to charge.
I don't know. With the advances of battery technology and like they have new graphene batteries, it's actually starting to become like battery technology is pretty amazing these days.
They have cars you can charge. There's no way. I mean, like, how? I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm a scrub, but how long can you have sex? You can't burn like driving 50 miles worth of battery fucking a robot. So I mean, probably good on that.
No, I'd be happy with Cortana.
I have the funniest people in the comments, guys. I have this guy Gung Ho Jihad, the true awesome Pope, and Grass, and these guys they type the funniest shit. And so, I mean, like, thank you to the guys in the chat. You guys are fucking awesome. Just want to put that out there. Awesome.
That's pretty good. Honestly, I tend not to like read comments very much. I mean, when I did that first hangout with you guys, like, I was reading a couple comments, and one guy's like, "Stabbing people? You totally can't stab people with a pencil. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about." So then I made like a video. I'm like, "Look, you can stab things with a pencil. Here, watch." And then I just took a whole bunch of different things and stabbed a piece of leather with it. I was just like, yeah, that's the last time I read comments and get hung up on that crap. It's just a black hole.
Stabbing with a pencil is hard because, like, if you don't have that ability to keep your wrist straight, if you don't stab straight in, that pencil's gonna snap. Then that person's gonna kick your...
I've had that happen before, so I stabbed a pencil between my knuckle. Right there, and it broke off. I had a piece of lead in there that had to be removed.
Oh my gosh.
That was graphite.
You remove it yourself, you pussy?
That's what pliers are for. Come on.
I thought this was for me.
Wristwatch over a blowtorch because I'm stupid, and it exploded, and a little piece of glass came out and sizzled right into my chest. And I, like a man, pulled that shit out with a little pair of tweezers. And by the way, it had formed a totally new shape inside my flesh, so there was like ripping getting it out.
Well, I was fine, and it went between these two little bones right here.
Yeah, let's compare injuries.
It got stuck.
I thought pencils were made of graphite.
I would have just let the flesh grow around it, then forget about it.
What's interesting about pencils, and if you get like stabbed with them or whatever, that graphite is stable in your skin, so it'll basically like make a tattoo mark. It's kind of so it's pretty. I don't know. When I first realized that that's what happened, I was kind of like, whoa, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I have something like that in my hand forever.
I have a dark spot on my chin somewhere. Might have got stabbed by a pencil.
I dated a girl who told me that. I dated a girl who told me, like, this dark spot here, that's because my sister stabbed me with a pencil.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
It actually leaves a mark in there. I was like, I didn't believe it at first. I was like, no way. And then I saw a few examples, and I was like, oh yeah, it actually does. I don't know.
That's so weird.
I come up with a better topic. I'm spacing.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute. I gotta brush my teeth. As you can tell, I'm a freak about brushing my teeth. That's why they glow like they're radioactive.
Hey man, when the teeth comprise like 50% of your face, I would be worried about them too.
Mine are a little dark, but I don't know. They're a little, you know, they're not like really white, but I don't know. I could work on that.
Man, yesterday was like Christmas. I got that amp and the record player thing, and I collect fountain pens and like different types of pens, and I had an order in that I was waiting for forever, and that came in too, and I was just like, yes. So I got this really cool pen, which is it's basically a modified fountain pen, but the manufacturer changed it so that it's actually a brush pen. So
cool.
So are they antique? The antique pens?
These ones are not. These are modern ones. Like Noodler's basically looked at a whole bunch of the antiques though, and then they like made newer models based on the older pens. So I got that, and
the old ones.
those are really cool. But sometimes it's better to just leave them alone and not actually use them on a day-to-day basis, because like sometimes they have rubber bladders and stuff, and you don't want to ruin the originals because antiques and stuff.
I can't use them anyway. They're like hard for me to use. I don't know if it's because I'm left-handed or something, but I have like a hand coordination thing with them they just don't work good. Now, if the brush thing was there, I could do better with it.
It's like using a watercolor brush. I have paper here. I can 1 second. I can actually demonstrate what I'm talking about. Oh, here it is. So it's literally like a paintbrush, except it holds ink. So it's like, there we go.
I actually invented that.
You're old enough to have.
I have a feather quill.
Cool.
That was a joke. That was a joke on me being old. I'll be 40 this year.
I just like to, I don't know, I find the joke where Rizzo, way back when Rizzo made the joke, or this thing where he was telling people that he was like 60 or whatever, and he's like, look at this, look at this, look at this motherfucker, I'm 60 years old, I'm gonna live forever, look at this face. And that was one of the funniest things that got me into his videos. I was like, oh, okay, I can totally get on board with this.
I have a feeling that Rizzo will look almost just like he is now at 60.
Well, I can regrow an eyeball, and since I quit drinking, I've aged backwards like 5 or 6 years. I mean, apparently somebody has some powerful homeostasis.
My boyfriend regrew an eyeball when he was 16 years old, and now except for it has a cat's eye pupil, so it's really weird looking, but.
As long as your optic nerve isn't severed and your retina's intact, you can get an eyeball replacement.
Yeah.
Sad thing is, if your eyeball ever gets pulled out of the eye socket, even just by like a centimeter, you're fucked vision-wise forever.
Yeah, he was. His was holding it in there in his hand when he went to the emergency room, and they did like 7 surgeries. And he said that was like very traumatic, because he said you have to have your eyes open and be kind of awake for that kind of surgery, and so it feels like you're being abducted by aliens or something.
That's pretty intense.
I'm grinding with lost medicine. Almost out. I'm gonna have to make another trip.
And aliens are drug addicts.
Andrew, last night I was talking to High Flow Day about the contest. Apparently he's rooting for Mendham, and he's trying to make questions that Mendham can answer, but I can't. And I helped him as much as I could, because I'm just that arrogant as to believe I'll win anyway.
Wait, so he's cheating?
He's cheating. He's just trying to find areas that I'm not strong in, but Gary is. But what he doesn't realize is that any area that I'm weak in, Gary is even weaker in. Like pop culture and celebrity. I despise that shit. But Gary is Whatever the
Yeah.
form of despise is, he is that to celebrities and shit.
Oh, okay.
It's
Or
kind of
sports.
antithetical to mainstream culture, really.
Yeah, but if you use that topic though, it's not going to be like impressive, right? So it's like, oh, celebrities. Oh, he knows celebrities. You know,
I
the
agree.
excuse is too big, right? The excuse for failure is too large of a margin.
The problem with Gary is as soon as he starts to talk, he just rambles for, I don't know, 10 minutes, and then if anybody says anything else, he just calls them a fucking moron, and I'm like,
Or
dude.
a retard. I love
Yeah.
Gary. Don't get me wrong. Like, there's something about him that I think is like attractive and interesting and like magnetic in a way. And some of his ideas are kind of like, okay, all right.
I think he fully
you know,
doesn't understand
But
what.
I equally, if not more, actually probably more, care about Rizzle, for sure. And I agree with Rizzle a lot more often.
Well, I have to say that, like, Rizzle is far more entertaining to me because once Gary gets into the mode where he just starts insulting people, I'm like, okay, I'm done, I'm out. Like, that's pretty much why I left. I'm like, this is really not fun for me to listen to, and I can't talk about anything, and there's nothing to it. Whereas I can actually hold a conversation with Rizzle, even if, like, we don't tend to disagree so much as I tend to like misstate exactly what I'm thinking about, and then he corrects me, and I'm like, oh yes, that is probably a better way to phrase that.
Well, yeah, and like Gary's totally all obsessed with his ideology, and that's all he gives a fuck about. That's his little baby.
Well,
Yeah.
Gary spends a lot of time alone. A lot of time. So, I mean, he's like developed a late age type of autism. And you find that autism on the internet is just like finding water in the ocean. But
That's a good way of putting it.
you don't interact with people on a daily basis, you kind of lose a lot of your non-autistic properties. You might notice that he has terrible, what's known as prosody, like limited range of inflection, and saying things with his tone. Now, I have a lot of that. I mean, I have like many different voices and accents and shit for every type of thing I'm trying to express, where he only has the one kind of tone.
You have all of the tone.
Right.
You
He can't
express
change.
the
He
full
can't
range
change.
of sarcasm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked him not to yell. Like, he's like, this is just how I climax, which is funny.
It's like, whoa, keep that to yourself, bro.
And it's like, okay. He's like, I'm trying to be authentic to my ape self, which, like, okay, all right, maybe to some degree that's true, but also to what degree are you manipulating me to agree with you when you have absolutely no control over the fact that you're screaming at people, you know?
Yeah, it sounds like justification.
And a lot of times he will go completely against the point that he was just fighting for, just because somebody else was fighting on the other side. Like, I know.
I'm all for that, but do it in a way that makes you seem less crazy. Like, it's not that I necessarily even believe anything that I specifically argue for or against. I'm usually just being antagonistic because I actually want to test what the other like how well their statements and arguments stands up. You know, you can't actually test an idea if somebody doesn't offer any kind of resistance for you. It's not so much that I'm actually invested in whatever I'm saying, but then there's somebody like Gary where I'm just like, okay, this is different.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, like satire is really important to get points across, I think, because people get so bored by arguments, they get so bored by logic. If it's not funny, nobody gives a fuck. You know, it's got to be entertaining too, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I agree,
Yeah.
and I think that the only kind of revolution that we're really seriously going to have is a satire revolution where we make people feel so stupid for doing the stupid things that they do. And I think that works.
Well, there's the concept of when you're arguing with somebody, you always want to give them an out, right? You want to allow them to exit the stage gracefully, basically, or like go back on their idea. So if you pin them down too much and don't give them any escape, then they're going to just get defensive, and you have there's no space for them to like cede any points or kind of be convinced. You're just going to be like, no, I'm convincing you. No, you're wrong. You're stupid. And you don't want to make people feel that way.
You want them to laugh about that. You want them to laugh about, oh, you're stupid. You know.
It's not persuasive.
I think something about his nature feels like that if he makes things funny, that people won't take him seriously. Whereas we've shown that say Rizzle can be funny without having to, you know, bow down to certain subjects.
Yeah.
I like my, well, I don't know about any of that. I'm just a dumbass hick, but it seems to me, you know, it's kind of like what Columbo does. Acts like a total retard while asking the right question.
Yeah, you're asking the right questions, kind of thing.
That's true.
That was one of my favorite parts of like that's what got me into like your videos originally, where you're just kind of like, yeah, well, I'm just a turnip farmer, and then you like ask some like really oddly directed question, and then you're like, well, you see, I'm just kind of a little curious on this, just educate a turnip farmer here, and then I'm like, that guy, he knows how to do it.
Now I'm just a pepper chicken. Ever watch Futurama?
Yeah.
Now this is the philosophy medicine trick. You put it in one of these prescription bottles with 2 pennies after grinding it, and then you shake it up, and it'll turn into a fine powder. Oh man, this lid is cracked because I've used it too much. And when the powder gets fine enough, because it has a high surface area to mass ratio, the van der Waals force between the particles will cause it to stick to either end of the prescription bottle. So you take the lid off, knock that out, and repeat the process until all you have left is the barest little sticks.
Okay, so why would you want to do it that way, though?
Why would you know?
Well, I mean, you could just grind it.
Yeah, I mean, instead of going to the bathroom, I could also just shit my pants. Why would I use the inferior method?
Okay. But
what are the benefits of doing that?
What?
What are the benefits of doing the medication bottle method over just grinding?
Well, for one thing, you can fit more philosophy medicine in a single bowl. Just visualize the larger pieces with their irregular shapes, and then picture the almost submicroscopic particles, each one which is not spherical, obviously, but as close as something like this can get without being machined. Imagine them packing into a bowl. You can fit like twice or even 3 times as much in a bowl. Also, when the heat is applied to each of these small particles, more vaporization occurs before ignition, which means more of the THC will evaporate and go away from it before it starts burning, which destroys the THC. So it's more potent per milligram or microgram or however you want to measure it. It has more kick per amount.
See, I'm kind of a Puritan. I stick to the traditional vices of drinking and violence, so I'm not so hip to the
drinking and violence. I like beating people up.
Well, you know, like the Puritans do with their alcohol and their violence.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know.
Hey, it just happened behind closed doors. You know what happened.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I feel better now, too. Philosophy medicine is certainly a good thing.
Yeah, I'm not going to smoke
any
just
in
now.
120 seconds.
I'm probably going to leave this hangout in 10 minutes or so to start cleaning, because yesterday I managed to get my kitchen, but because of all my overwork, it had like piled up weeks of bullshit in it, and that took me like a couple hours. Now I'm going to do the bathroom, which isn't quite as bad. and pick up all this shit on the floor so I can vacuum tomorrow. I mean, if you're working 6 days a week, it is impossible to keep your place clean, and it will have just months of bullshit piled up everywhere.
Yep.
That's my fun vacation right there, just cleaning.
I don't know. That's what Adderall's for, man. Get it out of the way early and then do other things.
Yeah, I took some, got an energy drink, and answered this call, and it's been kicking in this whole time. When it reaches crescendo is when I plan on just tackling this shit. I like to have a nice schedule with my drugs. Like, I don't like that wake and bake shit. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh.
When I would
not
my helpers, and then I get shit done, and then I bake, you have a nice little timetable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wake and bakes to me make me stupid, like stupid.
I get the Adderall going in my system, and cleaning is almost fun. Drink 2 energy drinks, it's totally doable. I
Yeah.
started taking antics to quit smoking, by the way, so I'm getting a little crazy like I was, but since I'm not working, I can be as crazy as I want bouncing off the walls in this bitch.
Why don't you get a vapor? You know, my boyfriend and my parents, who are 3 people that I would put at the top of the list on the whole world that would never quit smoking, and they went and got one of the vapor things, and now they're all 3 quit smoking. Well, my boyfriend does cigarettes here and there as a reward, you know, like every couple weeks. But as far as the vapor goes, you just got to make sure you get a big enough battery, like a big, good battery, and then the atomizer, and then the upkeep's like $1.26 for a whole bottle of nicotine. Really, really.
Well, one thing, I did, using Chantix, I quit for 5 straight years, didn't even feel like smoking, so Chantix does work. Unfortunately, I mean, I didn't feel like it was making me crazy then, but I hadn't been working like 80 hours a week. I was younger, wasn't understimulated from working all the time. So as long as I can get past it making me crazy, it works very well. And then I don't have to buy anything. My lungs work a lot better, etc. So I'm going to go with the Chantix because vaporizing, that shit can fuck you up too. They're just not sure quite how yet because people haven't been using them long enough. But I can taste when things are bad for me, and I've tasted those vape cigarettes, and those things are bad for you. I knew that about artificial sweetener 20 years before the study said so.
Well,
they haven't done FDA tests on a lot of that
you are going the right direction, and I hope that works out for you. But the vape does, I'm sure it does have some bad effects, but it's better than them smoking, because the smoking was causing problems with our children, our 9-year-old, and with me, who don't smoke cigarettes, you know, so to me that's how it helps. But I also had a friend who got really, really depressive on Chantix, that he really had a problem. But
oh yeah, same here, exactly. And if I'm at work, my mental powers are spread thin to keep me, sane while at work, and I don't have enough left over to counter the crazy pills. I'm just on my own time, doing my own thing. I have more than enough mental power to overcome that.
that's the whole point of anything, is having willpower, because I was an addict for like 20 years, an opiate addict, and I'm one of the only people in my whole around me that was able to just quit, use my willpower, and get off of all the crazy stuff.
They say that stuff is really addictive, but as withdrawals go, I mean, yeah, sure, you have like a week of really bad with 4 days just absolutely nightmarish beyond description. But once you're over that, everything's just fine. Then you just feel a little off for maybe a few months or half a year. But
Yeah.
it's not as bad as cigarettes. Like, I would way prefer to quit opiates cold turkey than cigarettes, because once the legs and close and stop, you're golden.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that, and so luckily I never got addicted to cigarettes, because then I would probably still be smoking, and I think that it's such a waste of money. I'm so glad I don't have to buy cigarettes for myself. That would be depressing.
I just don't like how cigars make this crust of snot form in my nose from like congealed tar. It's really disgusting digging that out, and I don't want to switch to cigarettes because those are far too common, you know, now that I'm a cigar smoker. So I guess I just gotta quit.
Yeah, dude, you gotta quit the cigars, I think. But if you quit the cigars, I think you're doing good, dude.
Thing is, about my health, I feel fucking fantastic. Like, I feel so good all the time, physically. It's amazing. Like, I don't say, oh man, I gotta quit smoking cigars because I'm all out of breath. Like, I break into sprints for no reason and I'm fine. Like, like, this distance is longer than I want to walk, so I just start sprinting. I do that shit like that throughout my day. I can't stand being in transit.
You remember that, like, I think it was you who made the video on the discomfort, how it's like, if you get used to being, or if you can tolerate being uncomfortable, then you can appreciate mild discomforts and that becomes comfortable for you. Maybe that's like your body's compensation for, like, poisoning it all these years. It's just like, oh yeah, you know what, I always feel great because when I give it a brief reprieve, it just totally rebounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it is just because I quit drinking alcohol. I mean, I was drinking a ridiculous amount every day. Like, just taking that burden off of my body's thing to stay alive in spite of. I like to have a nice schedule with my drugs. Like, I don't like that wake and bake shit. It's like, whoa.
Are you that girl who does the movement therapy stuff?
Done, and then I bake. You have a nice little timetable.
Yeah. What it makes to me makes me stupid, like stupid.
Is this girl's the sweeper?
Cleaning is almost fun.
I saw that video. It was epic.
Energy drinks is smoking, by the way, so I'm getting a little crazy like I was, but since I'm not working, I can be as crazy as I want, bouncing off the walls in this bitch.
Why don't you get a vapor? You know, my boyfriend and
I was so confused.
Yeah, I was like, I don't understand what's going on.
What is happening? Oh my gosh. It was a trap. She totally just did this to us. Oh man, this girl.
It's like when you, there's this speech disruption thing where it just plays what you just said, but with about a half-second delay, and it will just mess with you, and people can't talk.
That was from more than a half second ago.
That was a it was totally messing with me, though. I'm like, what? Where is this coming from?
Is that an app that you can do with the fuck up your speech thing?
Okay.
Grasshopper.
Okay, but in the meantime, I'm trying to load a you know what. So if you wouldn't mind.
He's like, whoa, take all the responsibility off for like a good 2 minutes, and then it won't matter to me.
Yeah, you can
wait, what's that speech disruption thing called? I bet I can beat it.
I don't know what it's called, but it's just there was a bunch of science articles a few months ago. It's just like a speech disruption software. Try to find it here.
Have you guys seen this girl's videos? This girl's videos are crazy. Like, oh man, she did it. I don't know. I'm obsessed with this like sweet therapy thing. I've been doing it. I've been like all up in the kitchen.
I found it first.
Thank God Gary's not here. But what exactly does she do? And what? Give us a little synapse.
She does like it's like some kind of movement therapy. I don't know. I'm not sure because she also does like mock videos. So I that maybe she's like mocking people who do therapy videos or something. I don't know. She might actually be serious about that, but it's awesome either way.
Are you satire or not?
He's partially at least, but.
No, it's not. It's not. It was answering actually to a friend of mine. I live in a place where there's a lot of sex tourism, so I was answering to this guy that I knew for 11 years, and I decided to answer him on video. And so I put it up on my Facebook. Got a lot of. So I put it on my YouTube, and it got a lot of views.
Yeah,
so,
that's what we do. We do that stuff on here.
And then I made a second video. Again, that got a following for that, and then I thought, wow, this sex tourism thing like seems to be big, right? So then I made another one, and now I'm thinking that it should be a pretty good topic because I finally got a comment that wasn't a total troll comment, but it was like a real comment linking me to a 2-hour talk from a feminist about sex trafficking. So. Okay, so I've actually listened to it for like 3 times, and I've written down some stuff, and I'm ready to make my 4th video on the sex business down here.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm gonna say this for you right now. Fuck sex trafficking. Fuck it. Just fuck it. You know,
there's a lot of willing
fuck
people
it.
out there. There's plenty of willing people out there. They don't have to be not willing.
Oh,
Well, it's not really
he's
about
got
that.
the speech
It's funny
disruptor
because
on.
this woman
Pants though.
who I watched, who is a feminist,
I'll be back.
who was speaking to like Congress or something, was saying, mostly talking about consent, and she wasn't liking that white middle-class people were going to places like Dominican Republic and telling poor black girls that it's not good to sell sex as a way of getting out of poverty.
well, that's just bullshit. Because, like, you should be able to have better ways than allowing someone to do some profane thing to your body to get ahead. That's bullshit. Preach, girlfriend, preach. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so I see where she's coming from. She's like came around in the 60s, and she it solidified, it crystallized for her, she said, in '94 when she was in Dominican Republic, and she called herself a blind feminist or something. She didn't know what she was doing, and she was helping out with AIDS victims. So as soon as all these saving white middle-class people started coming down and teaching these, you know, basically friends of hers that were leaving these areas like South America, the Caribbean, and places, you know, trying to get to Europe. People were leaving there, immigrating to places where they could get better jobs. So her whole slant on it is a little different than mine, in that these people that she's speaking for are leaving where they are because the socioeconomic situation where they are is terrible. So they want to get to like the States or Europe to give themselves a better life. And a lot of the women go to the sex trade. And so she was saying that there's no difference between smuggling and trafficking, and that it wasn't a feminist thing to tell these women that they couldn't sell their bodies for money.
Okay, so I feel you, and I see that, like, where you're living, there's a bunch of bullshit political garbage, but you know what?
Well, no, the difference is the people that are here that are doing that. They're, you know, again, they're friends of mine. I know these women, and I live in a neighborhood that there's lots of little young girls, and there's probably not much else they're going to end up doing. But the difference is these people don't want to leave. The difference is that every week droves and droves of Canadians and Americans come here to fuck little girls.
Okay, yeah, but you know, like, it's just those, like, okay, but you know what? The people who run our country, you know, the people who run our country, the rich people and stuff, dude, those people are fucked anyway because they're all super greedy and stuff like that, and like, it's fucked because, like, we don't have any control over that, you know.
That's what sucks.
Yeah.
Is there's psychos. In order to even be in the political process,
Hey,
you have
Rizzle, you want to say something?
Okay, this is hella depressing, so we're gonna do something fun right now.
Yeah, let's have fun. Yeah, thank you, Grass Officer. All like bringing us down and all that.
Here is that speech scrambler that he was talking about. Let's see that if I, alone among all humans, can use my mental powers to overcome its brain-jamming properties.
I don't know if it would be among all humans. It's just among a few humans.
Well, let's just see if I'm one of them. Okay.
All right, we've got the challenge going.
Hello. Hello. Wait a second. Hello. I am the very model of a modern mage. Okay, that's.
You're gonna save the world. Save the world with a song.
He's got to focus his Jedi powers. You see that face?
Jedi
It's a face of concentration.
I can hear you talking through this too. It's hard to focus.
Kumbaya, my lord.
The chemical elements is in order. I can get you used to this. My mind is stronger. I can overcome this. My mental powers are limited.
Oh man, that is amazing. You sound like a drunk.
Is this me clapping or is it something else?
I'll carry on with what you were saying.
Okay.
I just had to make sure I could defeat this.
you defeat.
Grasshopper, are you eating cherries?
Strawberry.
Strawberry.
Awesome. Yum. I had strawberries today. Strawberries.
I eat a lot of fruit.
Me too. I wish I had strawberries. I'm out.
I was thinking about moving to Hawaii. I was thinking, like, it's got to be better in a tropical place. It's got to be better, right? What do you think?
I'm from
I live in
Toronto,
a tropical
so it's-
place.
Is it good? It's good? Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking, like, you know, I'm just going to, like, go surfing every day, you know?
Hey man, I live in a frozen wasteland 9 out of 12 months of the year. It's pretty great. I mean, it's only minus 30, like 80 some days. Well, last year it was like minus 30 for more than 80 days. It was colder than Mars for some days. I was like, oh boy, I live in the most hospitable place on the planet. In fact, they could not have chosen a more hospitable place.
I feel like
Surfing USA.
Hey man, if you live here long enough, you'll end up like me. You'll be like so pale that you're practically translucent, and you'll look like a lich.
lit.
I'm in Indiana.
The only one who looks more like a lich was there's a guy, or a skeptical heretic. That guy looks like a lich. I'm like, whoa, you totally win the lich competition in this case. Like, you look like you literally crawled out of the grave after digging your way out with your bare hands.
What the hell is a lich?
A lich is basically like an undead, like immortal, like magician type of thing. I don't know. It's a body that's reanimated through sorcery to live forever, and it looks
Hit my
terrifying.
door.
Did I give you a swirly or a purple nose?
Is that average? Is it average for someone to be at your door?
I don't know.
Oh.
I think it was a kitty cat.
Oh.
You know, he's a little ditzy. He doesn't know where he's going. Stone kitty, look out! No, I don't know.
The alien drug addict. to it.
I don't know. I like the word lich because it is from the German word Leiche, which is corpse. So for me, instead of like zombie, which is, I don't know, I don't like that word so much. I'm like, it sounds kind of dumb to me. But it's just body.
Isn't it also referred to the dead, mossy, parasitic stuff that grows on rocks over hundreds of years?
Oh,
Lichen?
that's a lichen.
Lichen? Isn't it derived from that kind of thing too? Kind of makes sense though.
I don't know if that word is related, although it very well could be.
Yeah,
I'm uncertain.
That's what always bothered me about people calling werewolves lichens. I always think of that moss fungus thing.
You're like, what? It's
Vampires.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Don't think of Twilight. Think of 30 Days of Night.
Yeah, well, anything that involves both werewolves and vampires is pretty much guaranteed to be awful. Like, just straight up. And most things that involve just either also have at least a 50% chance of being awful. But if it's both, then there's a 100% chance.
I agree.
That's an interesting theory, Skillen.
Although I liked True Blood. That's because I think Sookie is hot.
Yeah, I like True Blood too, and Vampire Diaries. Fuck you and your theory.
I think 30 Days of Night is awesome.
I really think that, like, it comes down to if you're trying to be serious about it, whereas if you're trying to have a humorous aspect to it, like, it becomes humorous and kind of absurd if you have both werewolves and vampires in the same thing. If that's what you're going for and you are successful, then it could be great. It's just, in a lot of instances, they're trying to be like, look at our grimdark vampire werewolf romance story. And I'm like, no. How about no? Sounds awful.
I think we all agree 30 Days of Night is one of the best. Well, I don't know about Blade.
Hey guys, I wish I was a werewolf.
I wish I was a vampire. But actually, I wish I was more of a cyborg.
Totally. I would be a cyborg too.
I think a fairy would be cool. Like a little fairy.
You want to be fairy? You know what, Athena? I would imagine you as a fairy.
Yeah. But I would be the kind that, like on the labyrinth, where you would pick me up and I would be so cute, but then I'd bite you.
Yeah, it's David Bowie at the middle of the labyrinth. Dance, magic dance.
That movie makes me uncomfortable. It's like every time David Bowie shows up, not only does he have that gigantic codpiece going on, but it is always also like face height to every other character. I'm like, whoa, what's going on with that? Like, why are you just like gyrating that in everybody's face? It's kind of awkward.
I got a combination cybernetic vampire. I'm half vampire, half cyborg.
Ooh, I would love to be that, because then I wouldn't have to feel all this physical bullshit.
You're immortal and
anything that is immortal is pretty great.
I'm 39. Do I look 39? Somebody say no.
you're like 20-something.
Totally.
You're like Jack Benny, 39.
Are you kidding? Being immortal would suck. It'd almost be as bad as being omnipotent.
That's true.
Well, being omnipotent, if you're omnipotent, you don't want to be immortal. If you're immortal, then it's like, hey, there's all kinds of crazy shit to explore. I mean, the worst case scenario is you end up stuck on a planet or stuck between, like, floating in space forever.
Yeah, well, the thing is, when you're immortal, your chances of being permanently immobilized in a living hell rise to roughly 100%. So, just be aware of that.
Well, what if it's the kind of immortality where it's like, if you are, like, fatally wounded, you'll still die, but it just requires, like, a whole lot of damage, and you won't really die of just getting old?
That's still pretty bad. I mean, what if you just fall down to the bottom of a really large pit with no sharp objects and you have no way of killing yourself. Eventually that will happen because, well, I mean, it's just inevitable.
I don't know, man.
Because I will hunt you down and shove you down a dark pit to prove my point.
Well, I guess just always carry something that would allow you to actually end your existence if that scenario does occur.
Oh my god, that sounds like such a hassle. Jeez.
Well, I don't know. Depends on how you have to die. If it comes... At that point, it comes down to, like, what it requires to kill you. In some instances, not so bad, but in others, it could be quite tedious to actually kill yourself.
Well, the thing is, you'd make a lot of enemies, and they would eventually learn the secret way to kill you, and then they would kill you using it, so... You'd also have to be nice for eternity, and that would be a hassle.
Well, I don't know. I'm kind of just a dick, and nobody has killed me yet, so I figure that I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, they haven't killed you yet because, no offense, you're a fucking nobody. You're not the only immortal to ever have...
Whoa. You're talking to Skillin, the master swordsman. Okay?
I'm just saying that once you have an ability that other people don't have, people will hate you for it. Trust me on this. And
well, of course.
Trust me on that as well.
You just gotta be, like, subtle about it. You can't be, like, throwing that in people's faces.
Right, you draw them in as minions. You say, hey, yeah, I can protect you, or I can handle this and that, so...
Tell the truth until it's slammed.
I don't...
Nope.
I don't think she's muted. It's just
Not muted.
I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Maybe I was just talking to other people who were talking.
Oh, now you're fine. Now we can hear you.
we can hear you now.
Should we call you Grass? What's up, Grass? You want to be called Grass? Yo, what's up, Grass?
G Hopper
Real
85.
Grass?
Oh, G. What's up, G?
Uh-oh.
Fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Then they're dancing.
You know, now that I was thinking about it, that speech disruptor thing is supposed to make you sound drunk or make you slur your words, so I'm not entirely sure if Rizzle actually totally defeated it. He just managed to actually coherently finish a sentence. But it was like, I can talk.
Well, okay, Cody, I mean, there's one good way to test that. Why don't you download the same thing and see if you can do quite as well?
I never claimed that I can defeat it. I will definitely slur like that. I'm just saying. It seems, I'm just saying it's effective.
Cody, if you claim that you can't defeat it, that's fine. You can determine whether or not speaking the way I spoke is, ipso facto, a defeat. And you can do that by replicating it. And failing by replicating it.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You pretty much have put your ass in a slip.
What I have to do is just reach your level of slurring the words as that thing tries to disrupt you.
Yes, and they weren't slurred, they were elongated. There's quite a difference. A slur is a difference in timbre, where what I was doing was simply stretching the word.
Okay. I'm trying to
Well, la-ti-da.
What do you think of that, Hopper? I said, what do you think of that?
I like listening to him talk.
Yeah, he has a
I
good
get
cadence.
lost in his nonsense.
Yeah, he
I
has a good cadence.
There's a good heart behind it, and there's, you know, he does follow, I guess, certain logic, but most of what he says is nonsense, and it's fun.
Yeah.
Is this thing on?
It's funny how with guys that they will build up where they'll build up this wall around themselves to try to hide that they're good-hearted, but it's almost like really smart women can see through it and see that it's like satire and whatever. Because even with Gary, he's a good human being, but he seems to have the want to cover all that up with rah rah rah. You know?
Who are we talking about?
No matter what you
Rizzo.
look at, no matter what you look at, whether it's a person or a work of art or something that you hear, a piece of music, everyone's going to interpret it a different way. So some people might interpret him as being more aggressive than others, or might interpret him as being more stupid than others, or interpret him as smarter than others, or or just everyone's going to have a different take on what they see. Obviously, everyone that watches him likes something about him, but we're all going to be taking different things away from each of us.
Man, Miss Grass Officer, you are so wise.
Oh.
You're so wise. I hope to see you at Lolgic Church on Sunday.
Well, I'm going on a monkey tour, I told you.
Oh.
Monkey tour.
I'm going to see little white-faced monkeys, right? So,
That is so racist.
You're only going to see white face.
Oh my word! Ah! Anyways.
Okay, so I found this. Well, that is really actually distracting. I found the speech disruptor for Chrome. It's actually kind of like speaking through a microphone, except with more delay.
You gotta wear the headset. Okay, you're wearing a headset.
Yeah.
Actually, you're wearing one this whole time. How silly of me.
It reminds me a lot of speaking through a microphone, and I've had to talk through those enough through my career. When I was in the military, I had to do that kind of stuff. And eventually you kind of get used to it, but it's still really distracting.
Gotta catch them all, gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all.
I'm so jelly.
what's distracting?
It's this speech delay thing, or it replays your speech with a bit of a delay, and it's supposed to jam your talking capabilities.
Me specifically?
Well, humans in general.
Oh.
Like all of us.
Is it turned on right now? Or are you using it? Because that'd be
Yeah.
impressive. No, you're not, you lying sack of shit.
Is it just
It
me,
is.
or is
I
Rizzle
actually tried to turn it off, and I
Rizzle
can't get it to turn off now.
Rizzle, you kind of looked a little built there for a bit. Are you built, man? Yeah, it looks pretty built. Looks like you stay in shape.
Blubber around my belly, but getting old, that'll do that to you.
Sure will.
Glad to know we all actually do stuff around here.
My entire job is just lifting heavy things.
And there is also my tendency to just start running, or if something's in my way, just climb over it, like a wall or a fence or a tree, or even a fat person. They don't like that.
Climbing fat people, the long-standing noble sport.
They were too big. I had to jump over them. I had an excuse.
That stutter box thing is really, really distracting, and I had to figure out how to turn it off, but I'm good now.
Oh, you never had it turned on.
Yeah, I did.
People can't beat me at stuff.
Of course not.
So hey, Grass Officer, do they grow weed where you live? Can you still get weed down there?
Yeah, it's more expensive than Canada.
Oh, okay.
Where are you?
Oh.
You keep talking about Canada.
Yeah, where the fuck is Canada?
I'm from Toronto.
Oh, you're from Toronto, but what? Are you in the Dominican Republic or South America or?
Yeah, Central.
Okay. I'm
Like
actually
this.
in Winnipeg, aka frozen wasteland of the continent.
I'm in Indiana. 4 seasons.
There are
That's
4
bro.
seasons.
So much energy.
Hey man, we've got 4 seasons in Winnipeg. We've got flooding. We've got mosquitoes. Slash construction. We've got fall, and then we've got frozen wasteland.
I hate mosquitoes, but I'm glad the cold is here. I hate the cold too, so
Where I live,
I want the summertime that's early. and kind of late summer. You know, where it's kind of just warm, and I hate the dead of summer because it's just,
I'm actually convinced that if the human genome is capable of like immortality or whatever, this is where that mutation would occur, because it has like the absolute like most inhospitable, like the largest range of inhospitable properties that I could think of.
Where like just this to you, but an inhospitable environment actually is more likely to produce short-lived creatures than long-lived creatures. In fact, a creature's intrinsic mortality is directly proportional to the extrinsic mortality of its environment. You might notice that mice only live 3 years under any conditions because even an immortal mouse would likely be killed by predation within 3 years, so their body simply doesn't expend the energy necessary to repair their body. They instead focus that energy on reproduction, as is true of any species that has a hostile environment with a high degree of extrinsic mortality. But that's not very interesting. What is interesting is this, a magic trick. See this watch? I can make it run
You did damn magic. Or a magnet.
Okay.
Impressive.
I'm convinced you are now a psychic and that you do not exist.
The Matrix is real.
I thought he was a medium.
I'm more like a large. Just shit that I find laying around while cleaning. A device that will make a watch run fast.
Was this like something you created or found?
Oh, it's just a part for something else. It's not really important by itself.
But when combined with these other innocuous parts, creates a doomsday device.
It's like the Power Rangers.
It's useful for putting an alarm system into a feedback loop. If you're going to rob a place, I'd recommend that.
Hey, it's Laurel Hardy.
So there's something that I keep coming across, like the moving, because I do the moving jobs. There's this place in Winnipeg which is called Bridgewater, and this is an entire community of like multi-million-dollar homes built right by the dump, right? So it just smells awful, like say 5 out of 7 days of the week. So. And what happens is a lot of immigrant families move here, right? Specifically East Indian families who have just moved to Canada, and also coke dealers. So my theory is, I've heard a lot of people who've gone to India.
I'm going to cut you off. They move there because they're accustomed to the stink of India.
Exactly.
Terrible sewage systems, and nobody's had a solid bowel movement since 1841.
Right? So it just smells awful, like, say... My entire theory is that they're just used to it, so they're like, well, we have really nice homes, and they're like, what smell? They're like, the only smell we've noticed is that awful tree stink.
What tree stink? What tree stinks?
Well, I don't know, if you're used to the smell of, like, sewage and garbage, then I suppose like you'd be like, oh, that what is this awful pine smell? Or like, whoa, what is this awful like smell of like grass and like plants? Oh, it's humid and it smells like, you know, decaying plants or something. I don't know.
Realistically, if you can get used to the smell of the sewage of people who eat Indian food all day, just normal sewage from Americans, that's going to be nothing. I mean, just think about that. Like, a bunch of people shitting Indian food everywhere, no good sewage. Imagine the fucking smell. Ordinary sewage would just be like a bouquet of roses.
That is true.
Yeah, I just live in the woods, so I don't have to smell either or.
I'm not quite sure I understand that.
Apparently, there's a system.
It makes your shit stink real bad.
I just I'll just be in the woods.
But you're saying that what, if you eat Indian food, your shit smells worse than if you eat, what, a raw diet?
Definitely.
When you never have a solid bowel movement, that's going to be stinkier in and of itself. And that's what Indian food will do.
Well, it might do that to you. You know, there's a lot of vegetarian food and Indian food, and the spices are amazing things. But you know, maybe your body's not used to it, so the smell that might come out after eating Indian food, it might be clearing out some other things.
Oh, no. It doesn't do that to me. I'm the man. I'm going by the experiences of all the people that have ever told me about Indian food. I'm one of those people who can eat spicy food and not have their rectum burn the next day. I guess I guess that.
Yeah. Jousted. Ooh.
Where's the jester when you need him?
Exactly. You don't really need to know.
You this. You that. You this. You that. Don't you love that?
All the debate.
I is more right than you is right.
I know,
I
right?
use the right is one.
Every person.
Oh,
So somebody just yelled like jousted, I think.
that was
But
me.
okay, so one of my best friends, right? One of the first conversations we had, we were at university, and I was like explaining a theory that I had, and I was like, well, you know, gay people, you know, like how I was like, well, they must reproduce somehow, right? Because you know they don't just appear out of nowhere. I'm like, well, maybe it's like snails, where except instead of how snails reproduce is they like basically they're hermaphrodites and they do penis fencing. And I was like, well, how about this? What if gay people reproduce by this thing that I call jousting, where basically, you know, they get hard and then they stand at like either end of a hallway and charge each other, and the one who's successful like impregnates the other one. I was like, kind of like slugs. I was like,
I actually saw that. It's like
what?
worms, right?
Yeah. I was like, it's really the logical thing, you know.
Like, you lose, now you're a woman. That would be...
Oh no!
But yeah, that spawned, that conversation led to a long and you know, entertaining friendship of making all kinds of really not politically correct statements in public.
Okay.
Can't that
I don't know.
get you in trouble there in Manitoba?
Oh yeah, it totally can. The trick is to just avoid the people that can actually get you in trouble as compared to the people who are just butthurt.
Whoa.
Well,
Don't you hate it when people get butthurt? Why people gotta get all butthurt?
I don't know. To me, it's funny. I'm like, oh, the butthurt. It's a sign of weakness, of mental, of a lack of mental fortitude. So when I see butthurtness, I'm like, oh man, I could totally take this person in. This is gonna be awesome. It's gonna be hilarious. The thing is, you got to worry about the authority figures who have the butthurt syndrome, because those are the people who will actually mess you up, as compared to the powerless people that you can antagonize all day with no consequence.
You know, I don't actually use the word butthurt because it's one of those things I don't know if it has any meaning. People have often, 6 times I can remember, said that I was butthurt over something or other, and I'm like, well, I'm not experiencing any emotion, so I can rule out butthurt. Kind of sounds like one of those things people just say. But then again,
that statement does defy logic. That's true.
somebody's like,
butthurt if you're in their position.
Sorry.
That's just like a way. That's like hate is be hated. You know what? I hate that. I hate that. It's like, oh, hate is gonna hate. You know what I mean? Don't you hate people who say that? I can't stand it. Hate is just gonna hate.
That's the whole point of saying that.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Hate the game. Don't hate the player.
The only time anytime anyone's butthurt is where they're physically butthurt.
Yeah, it's like, it's not my fault I'm bad, it's someone else's.
The whole thing about saying like, oh, hate is gonna hate, it's one of those things where you're like, well, these people who don't like me anyways, I may as well antagonize them further for amusement. And then usually they get all worked up about it, and it's pretty entertaining. I'm like, yeah, you know what? If the people who already don't like me, I'm probably not gonna win over. But if I can be entertaining and, you know, marginally charismatic, I might be able to win over the people who are on the fence by kind of not being fed up with it or not getting worked up over it.
Follow Yellow Brick Road.
Excellent.
I think I've had too much philosophy medicine today. I need to say something funny so that I have a reason to.
Oh, she's actually Mother Earth.
You're picking up the vibes of Gaia.
Talk more.
What kind of medicine?
The green kind that grows prolifically wherever there is soil, and that a few people, well, a lot of people enjoy combusting.
And indoor soil where it's nice and compact and lovely.
How about with crystals? Ooh. Chakra
Center your chi.
Now
There's
we're
like-
just we're spending a bunch of like
boy.
We're saying all of the woo comments that are so nebulous.
Liberty, your chi is escaping you, boy.
young grasshopper, if you can walk the length of the sandpaper, then you will have learned.
If you can catch a fly in bear trap.
Not
Then you will learn.
You know,
If you
it's
catch
you know,
fly-
you were saying that you like to, you know, just piss them off more, see them people more butthurt. It reminds me of something somebody was commenting on my videos, like, well, you know, a person could conclude from your presentation that you're trying to offend people. I just thought, that's a childish thing to say, because why would I want to offend people? I mean, offended people are the most boring, simplistic people there are. I can't... Why would I want that as a goal? I'd say, if anything, I am speaking honestly with them and seeing if they can fucking take it. And if they can't, they're of no use to me. They're boring.
Whoa.
I don't try to offend people. I try to test people to see if they're strong enough not to be offended. There's a huge difference.
That's definitely it. The thing is, what I was saying is, once somebody gets offended, I no longer have any. They've already shown where they're at, so I no longer have any major. I'm not going to expend a lot of effort trying to unoffend them. So I'm just going to keep going with it because I already know they're offended, and I'm not going to try to convince them. They're not someone who's going to get what I'm saying. I'm trying to get the people who are.
I was just going to say, you know, up north, everybody's worried about the offended, and there's so many people that are talking about being offended, and I get that mentality, but I walk around down here and I see so many offensive things, and I'm not an offended kind of person, but man.
Yeah, you're right. People are living in like a fantasy world where like, don't offend me, my feelings be all hurt and stuff. People gotta get over that. You know?
I think that the people from north, living up north, are different than the people that live south, and I didn't realize the difference growing up in Toronto and being in Toronto for so long, and then moving down here 13 years ago. I met a lot of people that grew up in the south, and man, they have a different mentality. And so I would say they're not so concerned about offending, but they certainly can be offensive.
Yeah. Well, my family culturally is like very, very German, so for me, like as soon as somebody says something, I'm like, I have to say something that that tests what they say. I have to say something in opposition to it. And here people are like, oh my God, I can't believe you're not agreeing with me. You're an argumentative person. And I'm like, no, I just actually want to understand what you're saying. So I'm gonna give you a couple obstacles, like overcome these obstacles and show me what you actually have going on up here, right? Like, I'm not just gonna like bow down because you assert some things. And then they're like, oh, you're so offensive. And I'm like, well, okay, I guess that's what you call it, but I call this having a conversation. I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to have a conversation.
And in America, that bottle's already been opened, and there's not like you could ever get the genie back in the bottle. So it's better to just go ahead and be who you are, you know.
I'll just destroy the bottle.
Well, in the
Just blow up the
States,
bottle.
in the States, the one thing that I think is a little bit frustrating is that you can't. It's slightly different than like the overall German kind of mentality, where people will like vehemently disagree with you in a conversation to like make you stand up. But in the States, people just tend to like kind of do what Gary was doing, which is just yell their opinion repeatedly at each other without like listening to what the other person actually says. So it's somewhere in between.
Yeah, I don't think that's real. I just think that's irrational.
That's just the wall. Yeah, that's just the wall that is protecting the gushy part of the game.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, when I was living in the States, I encountered that a bunch of times, and it's like maybe one-on-one I could talk to somebody and like get them to actually engage in an actual conversation, but it was a little bit difficult with more than, say, once you get over 3 people, it would become nearly impossible.
Yeah.
Killing it with skillin'. Killing it with skillin'.
And
We're gonna have like a section during Logic Church where it's like just killing it with skillin'. Killing it with skillin'.
I've heard like so many different rhymes with my name where I'm just like, yeah, I guess this is like rappers, like people who are into like hip hop or like kind of like verse and rhyme and stuff just love my name because they're just like, it rhymes with everything. I can rhyme it with all these things. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. So over the years I've heard quite a few.
Hey, another fun show and tell with something I found. I actually stole this from a serial killer.
Oh, I gotta hear this story.
It used to have a handle. It was, he was so fruity with his black magic. This was his athame.
Oh, I knew you were gonna say that. I knew you were gonna say that. It's an athame.
Warlock.
And that's not the only souvenir that I have from him.
Oh no.
He also gave me this pipe, which is, made out of a gas nozzle. Very nice. It has sentimental value. As old as I get, I got papers in my one-hitter, but this just brings back fond memories of the time that he killed that runaway, and I turned him in, and then I had to move out so he didn't kill me in my sleep.
Yeah, well, I find that gas pieces work really well. Like, they don't burn off and give any kind of craziness.
Another one of my innovations, I take this, what the fuck is this? Wonka $2 piece. And after I take a hit, I put it over the top. That way the metal acts as a heat sink, drawing the heat out of the weed, stopping the combustion reaction, and then condensing the smoke onto this $2 Sri Lankan piece, which I can later scrape off and then smoke. And it's very potent because it's just a lot of condensed THC. It's a very low-loss system. Doesn't make my apartment stink. Very efficient on the usage.
So how exactly did you acquire the dagger thingy? Like, I'm curious about the story that leads up to the removal of that from the serial killer.
Go watch my video, The Runaway. Good times. And then
I remember that. I remember that now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just stole it because, like, I was annoyed at his whole, like, statutory rape, gonna kill a girl, I gotta lose my apartment over the whole thing. It's a real inconvenience to me, so I knew that he valued his athame and I stole it. It's a pretty good trope now that the handle fell off.
Moral of the story from that situation is don't help people. That's what I got from it.
And he did a good job of finding someone's weakness, because somebody who believes that particular thing and you steal their athame, he probably did like make him like, oh my God, he's doing like opposite. He's gonna take over my brain. Or something.
He's gonna do some reverse wizardry bullshit.
I stole
He's
his
gonna
power.
tie up my athame and I'm gonna have to rescue it because it's kidnapped.
And this thing used to be so fruity, like the handle, it had like all these rhinestones and shit on it. But you know, I started throwing it at stuff as a throwing knife. By the way, it had terrible balance with that handle.
Oh, he's annoying.
And the impact of hitting stuff just caused the handle to fall apart. Clearly,
Yeah. What sort of knife is that, mate?
a fruity ass magic knife. I mean,
You can tell it's not meant for actually cutting anything or any hard work because, you know, you can see the tang. It doesn't actually go in there. It's like literally pinned like, what, an inch into the handle? That's not going to hold up.
You stab the ground with it. You stab the ground. Stab the ground with it. That's what it's used for.
I thought you would like hold it and do like gestures like.
No.
I thought it was a shuriken.
Kind of like piercing Mother Earth to get her attention.
I don't know. I thought that was like a Japanese shuriken.
Yeah. Hey, Rizzle, have you practiced your shuriken skills?
Maybe so.
You should do a video of you throwing a shuriken.
what skills?
You should do a video of you throwing a shuriken.
I don't even know what a shuriken is.
Yeah, the white privileged ninja.
So accurately.
Yeah, call it the white privileged ninja.
Oh my god. I totally want to make like a YouTube channel where like it's just like Beverly Hills Ninja, like stupid like fake movie ninja stuff and just like basically failing really hard at doing stupid movie shit now.
Chessboard, naked.
It's got to be in like a Speedo. It's got to, you know, that guy who's like 21 foot rule, bro, 21 foot rule. Look, I've got my like jorts, and look at like all the stuff you can hide in your jorts. It would be like that, but it would be like in like a Speedo or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, you know, it's more dark, no dynamic. You know, the darkness just flows better around you when you're in a Speedo.
White Batman. Well, Batman's white to begin with, so that's kind of a yeah.
Don't be racist.
We'll just double down on the whiteness.
You cannot possibly be racist to white people.
Prove it.
You know, I think magic actually has throwing ability because it's a magic knife.
You can't be racist to white people. The Young Turks told me so.
It's true.
Hey,
I mean,
that's
I'm white and I've never felt racism because they've told me I've never felt racism. I mean,
yeah.
I have felt racism because in my town, my grandmother is 100% Cherokee, and in my town that's like, you're a half-breed, you know, and it's really stupid.
Cherokee's unique.
I
Cherokee.
take that as a compliment. Ooh, I'm a half-breed.
Yes, I
That's
love
cool.
my heritage
I'm a
because
half-breed.
everybody in my family is Scotch-Irish except for my mother's side who's Indian, and so I think that it pairs really well. So.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
what I found is when you become white enough, you actually become like totally translucent. So, you know, all racism actually passes through you, just like the rays of the sun. Like if you're held up to like a racist source, it will actually go through you and hit the people behind you.
Yeah. It's all racism.
I'm rich and white, therefore my justice is the right justice.
Yeah.
Because I'm rich.
Yeah, let's have a Indian Batman.
White person, I'm a superhero.
Why don't we have a transgendered Indian half-crippled Batman and who's poor. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, that.
Rich people are good, Turk. Rich people
Well,
are good. Good.
Because if
Don't you
they
understand?
Like, what are they gonna do? Get a 9mm and then like walk around and just like pop people? Like, we call those murderers. That's the problem. You have to be rich and white to become a Batman. Otherwise, you're just a criminal. You see?
Oh, but you bloody racist! I am Indian. I can become Batman.
Batman is clearly a villain, a sociopath, if you will. Think about this bat of his. Think of how many contractors would be necessary to build such a bat cave, and think about how hard it would be to get them to keep the secret. Like what? Hey,
he obviously killed them.
Here's $20 million, so keep your mouth shut. So then the contractor goes to a tabloid, and he's like, I can tell you who Batman is, motherfucker. Just pay me more than $20 million. Then the secret's out. But the secret isn't out. Ergo, we can deduce that Batman straight up murdered all of those contractors.
Well, what you don't hear is what you don't hear about is the bat nitrogen cave, or like the bat hypoxia chamber, where he just gassed them all.
Oh. I was also going to say, if it's a bat cave, like there's going to be like feet of bat dung called guano piling up everywhere, and who's going to take that?
Oh, nom 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 nom.
Well, he had the hypoxia chamber installed anyway, so he just figured that would be, you know, the easier way.
Hey, Chisby, are you naked?
I'm always naked, guys.
I've been cleaning. I don't clean with a shirt on. I'm not a girl.
I'm naked under my clothes.
I'm
make you uncomfortable.
Yes. I'm naked under this male supremacist gender. Patriarchy, damn it.
I'm always cloaked in the patriarchy.
Because nobody can destroy the universe that lives in my head, so I don't care.
Oh. Yeah, I'm a Turkish patriarchal evil Muslim. Grr.
From hell.
Yeah, from hell.
I'm eternally cloaked in the. I'm eternally cloaked in the privilege of the patriarchy, and immortally armored with my pale, pasty-ass skin of privilege.
Yes.
Sexy, like anybody else.
But it's sexy patriarchy, damn it. Sexy.
Well, I'm more like I fought my way to the top of being, and just about every guy that I know respects me because I earned it.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
That's really the way to go. It's like, don't expect anything. Like, expect to be at the bottom. Like, that's the default. Work your way up. Like, why? If you're the one who's like, oh, well, you don't respect me right off the hop, it must be because of racism. It's like, that's the problem. You're the one who's being racist and sexist. That's the problem.
No, but why? This is the thing.
We have other problems that have nothing to do with the racism and sexism, obviously.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem, yeah? If you have a bad attitude and you have, like, an entitled attitude, you shouldn't have respect. You shouldn't, like, be respected.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I don't have an entitled attitude. That isn't what I'm saying. I got rid of my car 6 years ago, and it's the best thing I ever did. I love walking everywhere I go.
Wow.
But everything's closed where I live because we live in a valley. But...
This is the one thing I don't get about social justice wars. Should we just like respect certain different races just based on the fact that they got a different color of skin to us? I mean, you know, shouldn't respect be earned with, you know, being a decent human being and work?
I agree because just because we take out the racism part, there's still going to be a certain percentage of people who are good, a certain percentage that is not good, and it has nothing to do with racism.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's got to do with the human condition. Some humans are good, some humans are cunts. That's it.
And intelligence. I mean,
yeah.
How you carry it.
I mean, where did it come from? Where, you know, we're separate. I mean, look, we're different, yeah. Different races. I mean, you know, people are different. You know, we're different in respect of races, yeah. But we're the same as in the respect that we are the same species.
Yeah.
You know?
Why don't you just say that?
I would say that it's more about
we're all human, right?
I would say that it's more like not even specifically about like races. It's a lot more about culture, because there are some people who are like different races but have the same culture as me, and people who are the same race as me but have different culture, and I don't get along with them.
Exactly.
And the way that I see it is, it's like the social justice attitude is almost more like they want everybody to stay in their little box. It's like, oh, this is what you are, so everybody just has to accept this or whatever. And it's like it's very divisive. I find it's a very divisive ideology, and it's like, oh, so I can't ever relate to anybody who isn't exactly like me. And I'm like, what? Okay, so make it so that I can never actually have a level conversation with anybody who hasn't had the exact same life experiences. Like, that's bullshit.
Yeah, of course it is.
It's funny, really funny though. Because a social justice warrior, I think of like them interacting with a person of another race or culture as compared with me, you know, shitlord that I am. And, I mean, I can only assume that they put anyone of a different color or culture very ill at ease with all of everything about them.
They put me ill at ease. I don't know. It makes... Talking with them in person is probably the most awkward thing I've ever encountered. One time, some guy who made 5 times as much as me and is like, you know, has like a high social status and, you know, is white and a male, like looked at me and he's like, you know, I'm not going to say check your privilege, but, you know, just think, this is something that, you know, I just want to throw out there for you. He's like, you gotta question your privilege. I'm like, oh, you are saying this to me? I'm like, you make 5 times as much as me. You
say to somebody like that, he's all like, you need to question your privilege. You say, you need to not question your privilege.
Oh, I was like, I just said nothing. I was just like stunned in silence at that moment, and I was just like, honestly, I was thinking, I was like, you know, I could probably break your jaw before you have any idea what just happened. And I'm like, that wouldn't really, like, change anything. And I was like, I was really frustrated. I was just like, I can't believe you just said that to me.
Yeah, check your privilege basis on what basis? On what basis exactly?
I'm like, oh, I have the privilege of scraping by doing hard manual labor and barely being able to pay my bills.
Oh, wow, that's privilege.
And I also have the privilege of...
check your privilege are insanely wealthy people or their children. Because, I mean...
yes!
You don't have time to check your goddamn privilege when you're actually, like, struggling to survive and shit.
Yeah, I mean, they're totally, I mean, like, you know, like, when you're, like, white and, like, middle, like, you know, lower class, it's like, check your damn privilege! Like, you know, yeah, you gotta check your privilege, I mean, you know, yeah.
Hey,
I mean...
Turk, you check your own privilege, man. Whoa.
Yeah, I check my Turkish privilege. I check it all the time.
Whatever,
I check it. No, I check it when I'm in my browser's account.
Wait, you're Turkish? Maybe you can answer this. Why did they rename Constantinople Istanbul? Like, what the fuck is up with that shit?
I have no idea. I'm not into the history of Turkish culture, but I just happen to be Turkish, man.
I will say.
Where they say,
Oh.
it's Istanbul, not Constantinople. It's Istanbul, not Constantinople.
Is it really? Well, when was it? When was the name changed to Istanbul then?
It would have to be. Well, that song came out
After the fall of the Byzantine Empire.
Well, how long ago was that then?
The 80s.
80s? Huh?
The song, I think.
Around 350 AD, I think.
Yeah? Oh, okay. I have no idea what
Yeah, it's maybe off by 100 years or so.
Yeah.
Well, we just... Go on,
Those are good.
Well, I mean, you know, I don't know. I just... Whatever. I mean, you know, I'm just born Turkish and that's about it, you know?
I was gonna say the one thing that I can appreciate from Turkish culture, like when I did go and visit Germany, I like started to realize some of the awesome things. I was like, number 1, Turkish coffee. Turkish coffee is great. Number 2, like donors, like the sandwich things.
Doner.
Yeah.
Doner.
That stuff is freaking amazing.
Yeah.
And the third thing was hookah bars. I was just like, I was like, yeah. I was like, this is the best thing ever.
Yeah, Dornier kebab. It's got a lot of fat in it, though, man.
What's that?
Dornier kebab's got a lot of fat in it. Is it the big?
Yeah.
That's
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, delicious though. Yeah, I'm like, this is the best thing to eat after you go to the bar, and you're like, oh, I need something to like, you know, you're like,
Yeah,
so
totally.
cheap, so cheap.
Stuff after you go to the bar, take it like a man and just walk around super drunk on an empty stomach.
Yeah.
Well, instead I become super hungry, so I'm like, I need to eat something because I'm starving.
Yeah. I normally like you know, Turkish sausage.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
I always prepare properly, guys. Before I drink alcohol, I make sure I have plenty of the types of food that I want to eat after I'm done drinking my alcohol. So
you know
I'm
what?
super prepared and stuff.
Yeah. I mean,
It makes you hungry? Why? Like, it's not weak.
Well, no, I want to make sure
I don't know.
I'm good to go for the morning, you know.
Look, man, I'm not privy to like the details of my biological metabolic process. I get hungry after I start drinking. I don't know.
Thought of something. I never get hangovers, and maybe I never get hangovers because I never eat before I go to bed after I've been drinking. I drink distilled water and then I go to bed.
I kind of get hungry after sex. I kind of get hungry after sex.
Whoa.
Yeah. It's like, you know, after you
Make
finish.
a sandwich.
You know,
Hey, burn those calories. You're like, I gotta replace them, you know.
well, yeah, maybe it's my patriarchal thing. It's like after I'm done having a sandwich, I tell my girlfriend to make me a sandwich. You know, I'm such a misogynist.
That's not very nice, Turk. Turk, that's not something a nice person would do, okay?
I know. I'm a misogynist.
Shame on you, you misogynist.
Yeah.
Rizzo, here's the weird thing. It's like I basically don't get hangovers either. So I don't know really what it is. Whatever it is that gives like most people hangovers, I mean, I think it's just like a lack of mental fortitude. I don't know.
No, that's bullshit. What I think it is with me, Everclear, unlike any other type of alcohol, does not contain acetaldehyde as well, because it's pure alcohol. Wine, lots of acetaldehyde. Almost any kind of liquor has it. And the first byproduct of alcohol metabolism is acetaldehyde. And furthermore, then that step in the reaction is what's known as allosteric, which is to say that the acetaldehyde deactivates the enzyme that converts alcohol to acetaldehyde, slowing the overall alcohol metabolism at this little bottleneck step. Second, it doesn't have congeners. Like whiskey has that brown shit, even vodka has some congeners, just byproducts of making alcohol that have nothing to do with getting you plastered and are therefore unnecessary. Again, pure alcohol doesn't have that. Anything a person who gets a hangover would drink won't have that. And there's the gallon of water I drink. And lastly, I guess there is my sheer awesomeness. That is probably a factor.
Your explanation for how alcohol is processed in the body just blew my balls away.
Yeah, I get smarter when I smoke my philosophy medicine with little details like that.
Understandably so.
Yeah.
You know, the thing that I have in common with you is drinking also the gallon of water. So I think that may be a large portion of it, but you know.
Yeah, I mean that's just preparing. Like, but if I don't drink the water, I go to work and I'm like, oh god, I can tell I'm dehydrated. I crack it, and then I just like. I stand at the water fountain for 5 full minutes drinking, and people are like, "Whoa, you thirsty, man?" I'm like, rah.
Yeah, like what I get when I don't drink the water, it's not so much the hangover that a lot of people talk about, where it's like they throw up and they have the headache and that kind of stuff. It's a lot more. I just feel like totally drained. It's like I don't know. I feel like I'm like shriveled up. I'm like whatever like life essence is inside of me has been totally like wasted away.
Yeah, shriveled up. I mean, that reminds me. It reminds me of like my penis when I see Hillary Clinton.
What?
What?
When I see Hillary
Going on a left field.
Yeah,
Did you just compare your package to President Clinton?
No. He said shriveled, right? And that word is just associated with my penis and Hillary Clinton. You
But when you say Hillary Clinton, that means you haven't been on Tumblr, because there are way uglier bitches in the world.
So shriveled is a word that is associated to your penis.
Yes.
Well, I just like how as soon as he thinks about like his penis, that automatically leads to Hillary Clinton. Like those two things are connected.
No,
I'm keeping track here.
you're twisted it. When you say shriveled and like,
Hey, Australian guy, let me handle this. I'm great with intermediating. Okay, everybody silence. What's his face, Cody here, was talking about how his hangover, he feels all shriveled. And this guy said, shriveled? You mean like my penis when I'm looking at Hillary Clinton? So you're in the order of wrong, Cody and woman.
Yeah, I was doing telepathy medicine. So it's the first part of that.
thank you, sexy white privileged man.
Well, no, I understood. I was just misconstruing what he said for humorous effect, because that's, you know, what the white patriarchal asshole shitlords do, you know.
Yes.
Well, except without the humor, because social justice warriors can't understand that, so they aren't aware that that's actually part of it.
Yes. It's just that bigoted, sexist, racist, white privileged, heterosexual, cisgendered men.
What's that thing?
That's the problem.
We need all the adjectives. All of them.
Yeah.
Even the ones that haven't been made yet. That's a lot.
Exactly. We will create new ones.
No, we don't have to create them. They're always creating them. Like, you're cis-normative or cis-sexist, transphobic. There's a lot more that I can't remember, but they just make them up day by day.
Yeah. It's almost like the 1 in 5 myth about rape in campus, isn't it? Just bollocks.
I don't know. I mean, I just walk around raping to meet that quota.
Yeah.
Gotta do my part to uphold the feminist rhetoric, man.
Yes.
Sorry, guys. I'm back.
And another thing that no matter how much you debunk that shit, they just keep saying it, and for good reason. People keep being like, oh yeah, 1 in 5, yeah. Some guy was like disproving it or something, but it was all complicated, so yeah, 1 in 5.
I think Christine Cross did a brilliant job debunking that, didn't she?
Oh, everybody's debunking it.
It's total.
Debunking this, debunking that, debunking.
I let other people do it because I have knowledge, I have wisdom. I realize that's pointless. Oh yeah,
exactly.
Ass bleeds, motherfucker.
So there's this thing that I've encountered. I call it like just like the wall of assertion, right? So if in one sentence somebody can create like basically can assert 5 different things, right? It requires about 1 sentence per assertion to kind of like deal with it. So there's kind of a limit of like 3 false assertions per sentence, where after that I just stop talking because I'm like, there's no possible way to address this. The sheer amount of work that this person is creating, right? It's impossible to deal with this kind of bullshit. So it's just there's no way to tackle the mountain that they create for you.
Yeah.
Gathering helps.
I like that, a wall of assertion.
This is pretty epic. Heathlow Day, Rizzle Dizzle.
Rizzle Dizzle, my shizzle.
And Athena, and Jess, and Grass Officer, and Skillin. I mean, I can't believe I just like made this hangout out of nowhere. I got wasted. And like, this is just great, you guys. Thanks for hanging out.
I don't know any of these people except for you and Heiflo Day. Maybe this Cody guy, but he seems pretty skeevy if you ask me. I don't hear me.
Yeah.
The skeeviest.
You look pissed off about that.
No, that's just my face, you know. Like I said, the German heritage.
Rizzle looks pissed off that he has know too many people on this chat.
Oh no, I don't care. I mean, you know, I have people skills. Everybody's my friend, even if I just met them. And very cute.
What state do you live in, Rizzle?
You know, it's because of that demon or the demonic presence attached to that
With hugs.
this ceremonial dagger thingy he's got. Or it's transferred from the serial killer guy into Rizzle, so now he has the serial killer tendencies. It's the only explanation.
No, don't worry. I put it safe next to this doll that has been on lately. It's cool. No big deal. Seems like a nice.
Okay. So it's contained, is what you're saying. It's like Ghostbusters. You got it in the containment unit.
Yeah, but you better not let anybody turn that shit off, or it's gonna, ghosts everywhere.
Oh, don't fucking remind me of Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters, no.
Eventually,
Don't you dare use Ghostbuster metaphors.
Ghostbusters!
Never do not do that.
Trigger warning, Ghostbusters! Oh my god!
Yes,
Not that thing.
The PTSD is coming!
Pretty tiny sized dick? That's what PTSD stands for, right?
I need the key keeper.
Put the...
I am Vince Grothor, the key master.
Okay, I'm seconding the moratorium on Ghostbusters. Hypo Day, what do you got to say?
I think Ghostbusters is great. I'm just thinking of the scene in the lift when you switch on the particle accelerators and it's like...
I have like a magic knife I can use on you. Particle accelerators you speak of, firing protons at ordinary matter will produce radioactive matter. So basically, murderers just turning ordinary shit into radiation-spewing artifacts that kill everybody. You ever think about all the people who died because of that Ghostbusters?
You have to sit down and watch a film without suspension of disbelief. You're an idiot.
Oh, so you disbelieve the laws of physics, yet you see things ordinarily in the movie obeying the laws of physics, except for this, because that makes sense, Hypo Day. I thought you were a mathematician, a logician, and most of all, a philosopher.
And logically, something with the purpose of providing entertainment, not knowledge, you'd be stupid to scrutinize on a logical basis.
Well, I will have you know, Hypo Day, that this hangout is not about entertainment at all. In fact, if there's a single laugh,
He's going to use that magic knife on you, man.
Topics, and here you come bringing up this malarkey with the Ghostbusters and how their proton beam turns radioactive. We're trying to have an adult conversation here.
Okay, there's only one way to solve this. A duel.
A psychic duel.
I got a magic knife. What do you got?
Some kind of a duel. Some kind of a duel.
Is that your throwing
Magic knife?
Is that your throwing knife?
It contains the soul of a serial killer, just saying.
Ted Bundy?
Duel!
We need a psychic duel. You gotta, if you've seen any of the psychic movies, we need some, awkward faces made and potentially nosebleeds, and then one of you has to die.
Okay, guys, I'll be the judge, guys. Take turns. I'm gonna ask you guys questions.
Who's in this?
What color am I thinking of?
Oh, it's
Andrew. I love what you're doing. Do it.
What color am I thinking of?
Red.
Oh, goddamn, it was red.
The cold reading. It is strong with Rizzle.
Okay, let's do it again.
What, you thinking of another color?
Yeah, next person.
Oh, he wins.
What?
No, I mean, let's give a chance to tie up.
Yeah, it's totally green.
What color am I thinking of?
Thinking of green, yes.
Nope. Yellow. Bitch. You got it totally wrong. Next track.
Questions, better questions.
What animal am I thinking of?
Zebra.
Horse, totally wrong.
Platypus.
You know what? I'm probably lying though, huh?
I was
Okay,
we
guys,
need
I
some.
lied. Rizzle's
way to
dead on, you
record.
guys. He's getting it every time. I'm lying, you guys.
He's totally psychic and he doesn't exist.
You have a magic knife with the soul of a serial killer. It gives me powers.
What type of serial killer?
Actually, a failed serial killer. He got caught after the first one that they know of. There was another girl missing, similar circumstances. They never got enough evidence for that, though.
You amateur, you amateur.
But he got caught because cameras caught him stalking that girl out of the Walmart, and they're like, "We need to ask this guy questions, see if he saw anything." Turns out he saw quite a bit, as he was the perpetrator.
It's funny how that works.
So he had like a lot of first-hand witnessing going on. He was like, "Well, first I just, rape, sodomy, killing." Yes. And then, like, after the trial, he says, like, "I'm so sorry." And it's like, man, I don't believe you.
Careful, Razzle. Don't even say serial killer, otherwise you'll be considered a killer. Yeah.
The sad thing is, I'm too old to be a serial killer. At the age of 34, I'm quite a bit past the median range of beginning serial killing activities. That's the sad thing.
That's where you run. That's where you run. Ed Gein started killing when he was in his 50s.
But we're talking about means, not a specific instance.
He was obviously a very late bloomer, which could happen. But that alone, I mean, what's the chances of another of those coming along?
He did
probably have a marriage.
He did love his mother. He was a good man.
Plus, I don't particularly see the point of killing people. That's probably the big thing.
Well, yeah, and it's like, you know, a bad idea and all that.
Is this a worthy time of my investment? Well, there's killing a person, which has no inherent benefit, huge amounts of risk involved. Plus, it's a human life, even if they're shitty. I mean, they don't really. I mean, I'm going to feel a little guilty about that. What is my profit in these? And that's just a huge fucking mess and a waste of time. I mean, I can't imagine doing that for like.
The corporate approach is far more useful, where it's like, oh, instead of like just killing this person, I could just convert them to like whatever cult or like get them to do whatever, and you're like, oh yeah, labor. This is far more useful, and I'm probably not going to go to jail for it.
Yeah.
That would mean you're quite capable of murder, Rizzle.
What?
You sound quite capable of murder. I mean, it's just a matter of like, oh, geez, you know, have I got the time? You know, it's just fitting it in my schedule. What's it?
Will there be time for you?
Like, oh, that shit. I don't think you're not like saying I don't.
Well, like, you say murder, like.
Downer.
I have to kill a person. I'll kill today. I got the magic knife. I'll kill a person if I have a good reason to. Where serial killing is just
okay. Okay, Rizzle Dizzle. If that is true, is pizza a good reason to kill someone?
No, that's a good reason to keep him alive. My fat ass needs to be taking as much pizza from me as possible.
That's right.
You wake up tomorrow and feel like it. You might think it's a fun thing to do tomorrow. See,
I don't know. His whole argument is that recreational killing doesn't have enough benefits.
that's a bad argument.
263,800 days I've been alive. I've woken up not feeling like killing someone. So, I think it's a safe bet that tomorrow I'm not, or 10 years I'm not. It's a fairly consistent aspect of my personality, not waking up feeling like
it's probably just as consistent as...
Appeal to history is no guarantee. I mean, probabilistically, you can appeal to probabilistically that you won't kill anybody tomorrow, and neither will I. But you can't rule it out.
Well, like if some guy's trying to kill me, of course I will kill him without hesitation.
But again, that's not...
Yeah, guys, that's like saying... Guys, Hito Day, your argument is like, you're going to wake up tomorrow and you're going to want to kill someone. You know, it's almost like you're like saying it because they're like, they are as they are, right? So.
Well, Rizzle, have you ever done anything new? Have you ever tried anything new that you've not tried?
Don't worry, you look good on camera, Grandpa said.
And High Flow Day this time, I mean, after trying multiple murders, I just didn't like it. So now I know. And I have a pretty solid argument now, don't you?
Well, oh yeah. Now you say you've tried it, that's fine. That's clearly if you don't like it, you've tried it, you win.
Oy vey, the mess.
No more murders for Rizzle. I've not tried it, so maybe I will.
I mean,
but I'm protected by
also take their bank card, their phone number. I mean, there's no profit.
If I wake up feeling like it, my shield of Kantian ethics will protect me. That's all.
Yeah? Bring it
I love
on.
how almost
It's kind of disturbing to me that you need a shield of Kantian ethics in order to not kill people. I just have no
I challenge
motivation
those
to do
Kantian
so.
ethics.
I'm just
challenge
like,
those
yeah.
ethics to a duel.
It's not that I'm like incapable of doing it. I'm just like, well, it's not really going to be beneficial, and I have no motivation to do so. The same reason I don't have any motivation to like run outside right now and smash someone's windows in. It's like it's not an ethical thing. I just don't care.
Yeah, well, that doesn't sound terribly morally, uplifting, does it?
Well, I don't have to like get morals involved with it. I'm just like,
what I'm saying is I know at a root level that it's just absolutely wrong, but you're just like, I don't care, and I've never felt like it before. Who's to say that?
That's because Hyphae, good people do not brag about their goodness. No, they deflect from it. A person who is good through and through doesn't just go around bragging about, like, oh, it would be very wrong and I would feel super bad and it's terrible because it's a person with a human life. No, a good person, Hyphae, knows that fundamentally at the core of their being, and they expect the same of any other good person. So you can understand why he would deflect because he's not saying, I don't feel like it, yada, yada, yada.
Hey, what a bullshit argument. What a bullshit. A good person doesn't walk around saying, I put my sock on this morning, just all at once, without, like, any struggle around the corner bit.
Exactly.
Therefore, everybody who doesn't, it's just like, there's no logical entailment in stating what good persons do or do not do.
it's just like we don't always have to involve logic and ethics and everything. It's just like, look, there's a certain baseline of behavior, and you're just like
logic and ethics.
When it comes to serial murder, there's practically no logic or ethics to it. I mean, it's something to to curb a desire. I mean, some serial killers kill for sexual motivations, for financial motivations, for motivations to satisfy some sort of dark.
You guys are so bad. You're talking about like reason.
I have a very important question.
What are you doing?
So, Logic, you're worried that at the end of this we'll turn ourselves into 6 or 7 serial killers, huh?
We successfully decided that it is within our best interest to begin the killing process. No. You're like, but what
have to ask you. You have your Kantian ethics, right?
Go on.
Did you read by Immanuel Kant a critique of pure reason? And if so, what would you say his primary critique of the abstract concept of pure reason turns out to be?
I've never professed to have actually read it. Yeah, I've just.
Oh, I see. You cherry pick Kant for what you want to know, but when you have to see a critique of the very precious reason you hold so fucking dear, you won't touch that book. Quite the coincidence, Hyphae.
Well, inform us, and if you're interested in a reasoned response, I'll give it.
When?
When? Yes, that is a very good question. It's like, okay, we're waiting for it. Hit us. Any second now.
Presuppose that Rizzle has this, yeah? Rizzle knows the principal critique, yeah? I take it. That's the presupposition here.
I don't know nothing, man.
Right, so you're just being clever.
He knows everything and nothing.
He's just a humble turnip farmer. Come on.
The more you know, the more you hate it.
What?
Well, it's just one of those things where you're like, a while ago you were like, oh well, why lost my train of thought. I'll get it back. Just a second.
Are you speaking to me, Corda?
Yeah.
About
What?
or something?
Man, I could be like an interrogator on Law and Order or something.
Yeah, why don't you interrogate those arseholes that interrogate Law and Order?
Well, you're basically saying like, oh well, you know, like I have ethics that would prevent me from you know, like throwing like a rock through somebody's window or whatever. But I was like, oh, it's all about context. I would behave like appropriately for the context that I'm in. There are some instances that I could imagine where it would be appropriate to actually break somebody's front window.
What would those instances be? I mean, like apocalyptic war, looting?
No, I'm not talking about things like that. It's like, oh, if they're trying to escape or something, and, you know, like their door is locked and their thing's on fire and they're freaking out, I would be like, oh, I'd break the window and they'd get out. There are instances.
Or it's sinking in a lake, you know? You need a rock to bash in a window then.
That's true, yeah.
And by extension, there'd be context within which you would take life, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm ex-military. By the prerequisite for that job is you have to have that mentality.
Yeah. No, I think I do as well also, you know.
I know I do. Look at me wrong once.
Yeah, the funny smell to them.
I'm very worried.
You can't trust those people who have the wrong smell. You just gotta get rid of them.
Those people, they smell like urine. Those people are the bad people.
So the other day,
The bad ones.
The other day you was insinuating, said the more introverted person was more likely to be a serial killer, but I'm like 10 years older than you, so you on the basis of age, you discounted your likelihood of being a serial killer. So am I more or less likely to be a serial killer?
You know, you're always into logic and philosophy, but this is a simple logical relationship that goes one certain way. All serial killers, almost all of them, are introverts. But not all introverts are serial killers, because very, very few people, population-wise, are serial killers. Like 1 in 180 million or some shit like that. So, I mean, your odds of being a serial killer are just about zero.
So we can all
filthy introvert.
Dialoguing with somebody's going to hunt me down and kill me means...
You will never be hunted down by a grudge-holding extrovert. That shit does not happen.
What you got to worry about is Rizzo using his demon dagger to curse you or something.
Avocado.
Stop waving it around. Has it got the handle broken off?
Yeah. I stole it from a serial killer. You got here
you said you was doing throwing knives, and it's a cheap shitty knife, and it's broke.
Razzle, do you have the cooking spoon of Albert Fish?
What a spoonfish? What?
Albert Fish. You ever heard of Albert Fish? No, he was a serial killer. He killed. Pleasant man, very pleasant man.
Can anyone understand?
I'm sorry. It's my tablet. It's fucked up a bit. I'm talking to you from a tablet.
Anybody?
Yeah, I'm paying attention.
I thought you meant you were on drugs then.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm
He's the only one not on drugs.
What? Drugs?
I'm clean. I'm a clean boy. I'm an angel.
You guys are just prejudice.
Yeah.
Clean.
You guys are just ignorant.
Ignorant.
Prejudice against what?
This is not the drug
What are
problem.
you talking about? No, I'm not talking about... Anyway, let's continue on.
So, Hypo didn't ever answered my hard-hitting gotcha question.
Of course I did.
Yeah, I was here and I
You
couldn't
answer
remember
the
shit. All
reply.
that happens in sequence.
Talk.
Why is it that you have gone so far into your Kantian ethics and understand them so well that you can pontificate literally for hours, but you never even read a critique of pure reason, when we both know that pure reason is the type of thing that you would believe in and cherish? Is it really that you're running from the truth, Hypoday? Because it sure seems like it, because constellation of ethics is at least as long as a critique of pure reason, and seems like you'd want to critique the thing you hold most dear.
Yes, yes. Let me, if you'd allow me to retort. One, I actually say on several YouTubes that it's not really Kantian ethics because it's my interpretation of Kantian ethics. Okay, so it's Kantian.
Okay, we got it.
Okay, and it's been said several times. I've made about 12 videos at least just on Kantian ethics themselves, right? So, and I say how my knowledge comes to me about this insight about reason, that it comes from a couple of books which are general overviews of ethics, which cover the Kantian perspective as a major influential source. And then secondly, it comes from the Michael Sandel Stanford lectures, is it Stanford that he's from, on Justice series, where he talks about utilitarianism, about what they call it, you know, the free marketeers, what's there, and Kantian ethics, you see. So it's not as though I'm presenting something like I'm a hypocrite in that I'm saying something, you know.
The thing is, Hypoday, I'm going to be honest with you. I expected that you had read your reasons. I bought it a couple weeks ago, read the entire thing, and then reread it a second time. It's very long, but I thought it would be worth it to bitch slap your ass around as we debated it.
If I read it, you wouldn't be able to bitch slap my ass around, though, would you? It was really good. The thing is, everybody says it's a really hard read, yeah, and you know.
It's actually rather easy.
The insight I have that what reason existing in human beings means that I instantly, in a game theoretic way, understand that I have to grant you, you know, equality. If we're trying to bargain here, yeah, I can't expect you to regard me as I do as better than you. Yeah, so and so I can't say, right, the thoughts that come from my mind are intrinsically better because they're from me. I have to grant an equality to you, and that's all it is.
Jazzy.
Equality, or Hypoday, are you sure? Maybe I should get a 1.4 for every one of your one. You know, just in terms of weight of opinion on things.
If you
That's
need
fair,
some,
right?
yeah, exactly. If you need something from me in a cooperative game, in what world do you think you get that cooperation with that bargain? Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, the thing that you were describing before about my thoughts are more valid because they're from me.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Hypoday.
Oh,
okay,
sorry.
my thoughts are only 1.1 to 1 more valid than yours. How about that? That's a only like 10% more valid. That's cool.
No, you'd never get that, would you? The only time you would get that is if you have
listen to me, buddy. My thoughts are at least 90%.
The only time you would get that is if actually you had a superior bargaining position, and in which case what that would consist of is actual coercion, yeah?
Well, let me tell you this, Hypoday. What is the most valuable thing I could possess?
What?
What's the most valuable thing?
What do I have to bargain? What do you love most? Knowledge.
Yes, I'm right there with you.
I would say the capability to learn.
No, the ability to reason is above knowledge. Knowledge is, you can go out and get it wherever you want.
You know how to reason.
Pardon?
When I say knowledge, I actually mean knowing how things are put together, knowing the logical interrelationships between the things of existence, how they function.
Going beyond
Actual knowledge, which involves reason, obviously. Otherwise, it's just lists of shit.
Well, why don't you just say what you mean in the first place then?
Because that's what knowledge is. It's not whatever stupid shit you're saying it is.
Knowledge is just a bunch of facts. In casual conversation, you know, you have knowledge, and then you have the work you do with that knowledge, and the extrapolations with that knowledge. That is reasoning, and that is you know.
We can go with you, or we can go with what everybody thinks, and here's a good example of determining what that is. There are certain people known as idiot savants. They're basically autistic people who can't carry on a conversation or explain things, but they have a fantastic memory, and they will remember any fact they're exposed to. Now, these idiot savants, are they ever referred to as knowledgeable? No. No, they are not. And they have the list of things with no knowledge of the logical interrelationships. Ergo ipso facto, because we do not call them knowledgeable, lists of facts are not knowledgeable. Boom.
I'm not playing this
May I have something to say to Brass Officer?
Yeah?
Dave's not here, man.
Who?
Dave's not here, man.
Who's that?
It's a joke.
Who's Dave?
It's a wrong joke. I just assumed you would get it.
I don't know who the person is, so I guess I don't get it. Who's the person?
I blame Andrew.
It's wrong when the cops are knocking on their door, and
yeah, some guy says Dave's not here.
Dave's not here, man.
Oh.
What time is it there, High Flow Day?
7:30 now. The dog got me up early in the morning, so I just switched on the computer and saw you guys.
Hey, Andrew, could you help High Flow Day craft the questions to be to my sharpest disadvantage? I'd like as much sabotage as possible and still win, because I'm fucking off.
You could pass them by me, and I could possibly suggest something.
Oh.
As they say, yes.
I tell you what I was watching the other day. He likes questions. Where is it? BBC. See what.
Oh my God, High Flow Day.
Yes.
You do not have a telegenic personality.
University Challenge. Asking the questions, Jeremy Cracksman.
Okay, play it. Me against Andrew.
Field Liverpool and St Peter's College, Oxford have already earned the first of the 2 quarter-final victories our stringent rules demand if they're to progress further in this contest. Tonight, 2 more teams have a chance to do the same. Durham University scored an extremely comfortable win in round 1 with 250 points against the dismal 35 from Brasenose College, Oxford, who in future must try harder. They had tougher opposition in round 2, but they still came away with 210 points to the University of York's 160, giving them an accumulated score of 460. Let's meet the Durham team again.
This episode has some good biology questions in for you, and also some paleontological periods questions, so we'll see how you do.
I'm Kilboard Sharp, I'm from Bournemouth in Dorset, and I'm studying with Pedagogy. I'm from Hammersmith in London. And
oh my God, people are hideous, I already don't like it.
Born 1790, which German mathematician and astronomer first described a class of extraordinary polyhedrals that have 0 volume and violate Euler's polyhedral formula? His name is more commonly associated with a one-sided band or strip?
Mobius.
Excellent.
Durham Boyd Shaw. Mobius.
Sorry,
Correct.
I accidentally answered that.
Alright. You beat Snake, he's
The first set of bonuses, Durham, are on Vikings. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle entry for the year 793 details the harrowing inroads that were the first significant Viking raid of the 8th century on which island off the Northumberland coast?
Lindisfarne.
Correct. In the early 10th century, the Viking leader
hear him.
was a vassal of the French king Charles the Simple, who gave him the land that became which duchy?
a lot of them are English. A lot of these questions can be English related, so.
I can't understand what the fuck he's saying.
Well,
he's like, words, they're spilling out of my face.
he speaks very fast, and if there's one I think you've got a chance on, I'll pause it for longer. I'll try to.
Wooded land in North America was visited in around the year 1000 by the explorer Leif Erikson, who gave it what 7-letter name?
Finland. Finland.
That's what I meant.
Ireland.
Titty.
Iceland?
No, it's Vinland.
Hey.
191 in B-flat major is one of the most frequently performed works in the repertory of which woodwind instrument?
Durham Harvey.
Clarinet?
No, you lose 5 points.
Any others?
Boo. I don't know.
And the wolf. It's used to represent the grandfather.
Okay, Hythlo Day, you cannot use these fruity ass British practicing handkerchief
Oh.
What type of handkerchief do you put in the pocket of your suit?
This is where I'm getting the questions from. Are you worried? These are your questions because they're not very many.
That guy speaks in the British equivalent of a fucking patois. He is speaking gibberish that cannot be comprehended by somebody who speaks American. That's what it sounds like to me.
Cody's managing it just because your brain can't.
I'm Canadian. I've been exposed to enough Britishisms that I'm kind of immune at this point.
Britishisms? Is that a word? Britishisms?
It is now.
Like, how can I answer the question when it takes me like 3 full minutes to figure out what the fuck he was even saying? No, fuck that guy. Fuck you.
Here's a tough one. It gets tough.
To represent the grandfather.
Hang on.
Keys Loveday.
Bassoon?
Correct.
What?
Best student. Correct.
It's just fucking gibberish.
These bonus questions are on modularity.
Modularity. The modulus measuring the stiffness of an elastic material defined as the quotient of longitudinal stress over strain is named after which English polymath?
Stress over strain. Somebody's modulus.
I know modulus.
Hythlo Day, you faggot. I mean, do I have to take you through the heart?
What? Okay.
None of us has been in school for like more than a decade. I retain knowledge of shit that isn't a bunch of bullshit, fruity British bullshit that just was invented 5 years ago by some bullshit artist, okay? Do you understand what I'm saying right here?
Modulus to me is the thing where you divide and get rid of the remainder. It's something you do in comp sci all the time. That's the extent of modulus I know about.
There's the next question on that, which is quite hard, Cody, so just, you'll kick yourself.
I don't know what street it was named after.
You'll kick yourself, though.
Correct. Using modular arithmetic, give an example of a square root of 2 modulo 7.
You know modulo 7?
An example of the square root of 2 modulo 7. An example.
100 and
You know what modular is?
Modular arithmetic, yeah.
It's just invented bullshit. I mean, that's...
Yeah, like 200 years ago, modular arithmetic, you know.
Oh, in that case, it's some ridiculous-ass, fruity British bullshit, because we do not have modular bullshit here. Tell me what the word...
Sorry, guys.
Tell me what the American word for this concept is. Is it like algebra or something? What the fuck?
Cryptography uses modular arithmetic to...
how to explain it? It's,
All you geeks at work, guys, look out! Geeks at work.
I really only here. The square root of 2 modulo 7, like that's 2 divided by 7. With it's gonna be like 0 or something.
I mean, I've been all the way to like calculus class. Never heard of this modular shit. What the fuck?
It's like discrete mathematics. I believe it's in the branch of discrete mathematics. I'm not sure if
abstract maths as well.
Oh, okay.
The kindergarten name, you might know it as clockwork arithmetic. Yeah?
I've never heard that.
Oh, God. Anyhow,
it sounds, just from your descriptions, to be quite a bit more primitive than proper arithmetic.
I got this, but I had to pause it for about a couple of minutes before I could get it. It's 3, I think. Because
square root of 2.
The number squared, which gives you the square root of 2, the number which, when times together in modular arithmetic of 7, modulo 7, will result in the answer 2 is 3. So 3 times 3 is 9. Modulo 7.
Oh, okay. I just wasn't understanding. Like, it's one of those things where I don't normally discuss this in words. Like, I don't talk about like this divided by the, like. Normally, I see it written down, and I'm just like, oh.
Yeah.
And usually, it's generally like, oh, you just use modulus with, for instance, like hash maps, and you just do a division and you get rid of a remainder. Like, you ignore the remainder.
Answer between 5 and 6.
Yeah.
3, 9.
Guys, it actually sounds like it sounds like it's more work, more pointless work than actually just doing the proper mathematics without whatever this modular shit is. It actually sounds like a confounding factor in your calculations. I just feel
modulus
like you could have gotten to it like 14 times faster without this modular bullshit. It's almost like a hindrance.
Well, modulus is useful for computer science because a lot of the time, for instance, with integers, you don't have a floating point, so it will always just round it to a whole number. So as a result, when you do a lot of mathematical things, you end up with like just whole number. It truncates. It doesn't round. So instead of like 7.9, it's always just going to be 7. It will never become 8, and you need to understand that if you're doing programming. It's very important, actually, when you do a lot of like mathematics related to computer science type stuff.
On the abstract math side of things, it's actually the remainder which is important. And you form groups and understand group theory, which has connections with physics and pretty much...
Oh. I just thought I'd say something now to apologize and add a little perspective to my view. Yes, all serial killers
behind Evil Day.
All serial killers are introverts, but if it weren't for introverts, civilization would fall.
Evil Day, there's a guy behind you.
This modular bullshit, I mean, that is introvert territory 101, and like keeping the computers and shit running and everything going smooth, that takes the introverts of the world, the Oompa Loompas of the human race, if you will.
In science. I thought I'd plug one for science on that guy. Sorry. Science.
Did I drive him insane?
Yes. Now he only has conversations with himself.
Oh, I think they might be complaining I didn't switch off my mic. Talking to myself. Is that a reference to me talking to myself?
No. No.
Although we could understand why you didn't understand the comment as you were talking to yourself like a lunatic.
I didn't say nothing. It was me. No.
Yeah, sorry. No, the alcohol slightly confused me in this instance. Yes, in modulus, it's only the remainder that matters. And I was thinking of it slightly backwards, so I had reversed the operation. It would be like if you're like 12 divided by 3, I was like, oh, what's 3 divided by 12? And I'm like, this is difficult.
Oh, hey, hi, Flo Day. Back to the
I didn't want to speak. I didn't want to. I knew that, but I didn't. In computing, you do use the function, like as you said, though, and they're like two sides of the same coin. Ostensibly, you know, when you do modular arithmetic, you get two parts to the answer. You get how many times it went in the part, and in computer science, as you said, you use the former, I think.
Yeah. Well, what you usually do is you want to get the remainder, and you want to get the number of times it goes in order, specifically with hash functions. When you're coming up with hash keys, what I had mixed up was, or even if you were trying to just get, like, say the ones position or the tens position, like the the digit in the ones positions, tens positions, hundreds position, you use modulus, and the remainder is what you get, but you use the division to get rid of, to basically shift the entire digit over so that you can get like one digit at a time. So you want to. I just confused myself on the division versus the modulus. It's been a while since I've been doing that.
Let me poke Rizzle here. I've just realised one of his tactics is to never finish. Yeah, he says something.
Hey, I finished prematurely.
Black is really white, and we all chirp in and say, "Hey, what the fuck? That's black is."
Yes, I am well aware of your digression.
I told you that speech disruption thing is the greatest thing ever. It should be like made into a party game.
I'm sorry, what were we discussing?
Have you guys noticed? Have you guys noticed that the more intelligent people we have in the room, the less, like, arguing there is because everybody just automatically understands?
I'm sorry, could you repeat every word of that?
I'm sorry, I missed all that.
I said, have you noticed how if there's a lot of people who are on the same wavelength, intelligence-wise, that there's less arguing and less defensive taking because people aren't attacking each other?
Well, not only that, when somebody is wrong, they generally actually give ground. Like, it was one of those situations where I'm like, I think I actually forgot what modulus was, and then I just looked it up and plugged in a couple things into the calculator on the Google, and I was like, oh shit, I totally mixed that up, because it's one of those things where
need to do is invite a really stupid person.
That brought tears to my eyes.
He's got his speech disruptor thing on, which is trying to mess with him, and he's trying to overcome this with willpower.
God, I'm going to do my videos from now on.
Oh man. That is one of the funnier things I've seen in a while. You should do the competition with that on.
You a feminist.
Yes, you should.
They will be able to understand my slow speaking.
Maybe you and Gary should both have those things on when you're trying to compete with each other.
Yes.
Very.
I agree with a few points you made. However, you might be in the membrane.
Right on.
Oh man, that is amazing.
Show me some titties already.
What the hell is he singing? What is happening? I am so confused.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh. We recorded it?
Yeah,
I think he's like trying to pretend he has a handicap.
Reduce this as your. God damn it. My stride. It normally makes gibberish, but I am able to speak non-gibberish, but in doing so, it slows down what I'm saying by about 12%.
I don't know if my face hurts. All I know is my face hurts now from laughing.
Well, see, the thing is...
Oh, man. Hey, you know, you could use that when you're talking to somebody who's, like, dumber than you, and you're like, oh, I can see that this... I'm gonna have to handicap myself in order to deal with this. You're like, hold on.
You are stupid. Yeah, the thing is, it works by causing a specific interference pattern in your brain because you're speaking at the same rate as your equipment, offset by a certain amount. So my brain automatically compensates by lengthening each word so that it no longer arrives at my brain simultaneously with its counterpart.
Have you seen that, Rizzle? I think it's called sine wave speech.
No, I Jose 71. I have never heard of this. See what happens when I try to speak any faster than this. Just like that British motherfucker asking questions.
Oh my gosh.
There is like, you'll totally be able to talk to dumber people if you have that thing on. You can still hear fine, but it'll slow your speech down so they can understand you.
Hey, Rizzle, report yourself talking to somebody on the street, interviewing them. I want to interview
social justice warriors. I am here to teach you some logic. Contradictory things cannot exist in this reality.
You can totally convince them that you're like what do they call it now? Like special needs or like special education or like you're mentally handicapped. And then they will be like they'll feel bad, right? And so they won't be They'll be like, oh, this is a guy we gotta protect.
Never feel bad. You fucking panty waste.
Oh man.
Put him in the background and then start rapping.
This is actually very good exercise for your lungs.
I agree. I'm laughing so hard. It's like an ab workout for me.
Yeah, grass officer is trying to survive here.
Deep in the jeans she's wearing, hooked and I can't stop staring. Oh baby, I wanna get with ya and take your picture. My homeboys tried to warn me that but you got makes me so horny. How'd you like that for a rap?
I never got tired of laughing, but we're getting there.
I
He's like, whoa.
wonder if I can give myself a massive stroke.
Aneurysm.
Man, if you put up videos like that, you would just think that he's like, oh, it's like the double rainbow guy.
It's not really happening. It's the philosophy medicine.
Download this app on your phone. Idiotizer.
Fuck the phone. Fuck the phone, fuck the phone, fuck the phone.
I already tried that and I avoided the...
Well, it works better for girls, but whatever.
Oh, man, I should make a video like that. Man, it knocked all the tar out my lungs.
Oh no, that means you must smoke more, right? Cigar.
I didn't know I could get tired of laughing. Whoa.
Oh god, I don't even know how it actually smells. It's just like molasses. Oh. Everybody should get that, like, talk like that from now on. I decree that. Oh, I would love to see Gary do that.
Yeah. Idiot slowed down trivia.
Your entire life.
Oh, that would make this contest so fun if me and Gary both had that on and we had to
Be hilarious.
It would slow him down during one of his tirades.
Definitely.
Oh.
Imagine him trying to, like, yell at somebody while that was going on. That would just be comedy gold.
Try saying something Gary would say yelling.
Oh.
Oh man, I'm like all of my chest muscles are tired from that.
Yeah.
It's like singing when you've never sung before, you know. You got to work your way into that. It takes a lot of force to talk. I'm not even sure that people can overcome it. Cody was totally lying when he said he could.
I had that app on while I was talking, and it was messing with my brain.
Okay. I'll say I believe you.
I don't know. The thing is, to me, it's a lot like speaking through a microphone, and I did a lot of Toastmasters stuff, and when you first talk through a microphone, I was just like basically freezing like an idiot, and then after like a couple years of practice, I eventually just learned to ignore that.
It feeds it back into your brain really loud. I guess I could turn it down, but that would be cheating, and I wouldn't be overcoming it with my sheer power of mind.
Is it an app you downloaded?
Yeah.
What is it called?
Idiotizer. Idiot, followed by IZER. Free. You don't want to go paying for that shit.
Yeah. Why would you pay for an app? Jeez. Let's get real. Come on.
I paid over $7,000 for an app. It was some great stuff.
I could go for some like fried rice right now. Fried rice. You guys ever had good fried rice before?
Egg fried rice.
I'm poor, Andrew, but I'm not that poor.
I was just going to say, rice is really cheap. Eggs are really cheap. I'm pretty sure you can make this happen.
You know, eggs are surprisingly good for you. They're probably like the best food you can possibly eat. They get a bad rap.
They're like magic.
They also give me magic farts that entertain me the next day, so I mean, they're just great.
Well, when I first started like doing the moving job again, I was like, at first I was a little bit sore, and then I just started like eating eggs plus my normal meals, and then I was like, oh, now all of a sudden I have energy and I feel great again. So I really advocate eating eggs. It will make your life better, or it will make you die.
I recommend just eating food for starters, though. You know.
That's pretty solid advice.
Yeah. We should make sure we cover that.
You shouldn't eat non-food items.
Drinking's pretty good too.
Yeah, drinking water. Drink water. Yeah.
Well, booze.
More water, more problems. What?
Yeah, I only.
It's that whole context thing. It's like.
You know, I don't think that there's these fluoride truthers, and they're like, oh, the fluoride is bad. And, you know, at first they just sound like any nuts, but when you really think about it, fluoride, come on, the government really gives a shit about our teeth so much that they actually put fluoride in all the water. And then there's my organic chemistry teacher. She's like, oh, I don't like to handle that because it contains fluorine attached to these molecules, and, you know, halides can accumulate in your system, and that would be bad, and that would be fluoride. And then there's the growing number of socially retarded people just acting like total mouth-breathing, drooling morons, even more to an extent than I'm accustomed to, which is pretty stupid. See, maybe the fluoride's not a big thing. There's no fluoride in Wichita. I grew up in Wichita. My teeth, they are pretty fine for that. So, you know, didn't need any fluoride to make these giant and indestructible bastards. And there's no social justice. None whatsoever. There is a lot of social justice.
So what we need to do is like
one of the first cities to use fluoride. Go on, what?
I was gonna say what we need to do is like cross-reference like the fluoridation of water and like the social justice movements and see like how much of a correlation there is.
I really do wonder.
It's something that would be worth investigating.
I will leave that task to you, O'Rizzle.
I already elected you.
Oh, you can at least make an entertaining video.
I recommend, let's see, brass officer to do it. Or she can buy her way out of it. With titties.
Whoa.
Hey, women love choices. I'm giving her a choice. I'm not saying you have to do this, leading the charge to compile the data of the fluoridation and the social justice outbreaks. You don't have to do that. You could do this other simple option. That's all I'm saying.
So what are the choices?
What I just said with the fluoridation, compiling whatever, or titties.
Okay, what are the choices?
You're like, what? What did you say?
The titties or?
You have
video comparing cross. I'll let him explain.
Get all of the data concerning the dates that cities across the nation began fluoridation, and then compile that against outbreakings of social justice, roughly some teen number of years later when they become teenagers, these fluoridated people. See if there is a correlation between fluoridation and social justice outbreaks, is the long and the short of it. Or the tip.
That on. You want me to see if there's a correlation between when they introduce fluoride to our system, to our water system, and when things started getting crazy? Or when social justice warriors started to come into play? Which is really, because I never heard of social justice warriors before YouTube days. So that's what you're talking about, this sort of, the social justice warriors, and if they were produced by fluoride.
It's crazy.
Well, here's the thing that you're going to have to do.
I'll look it up for you.
Here's
like
what
some peer review? Pardon me?
What we have to do is this. We have to understand that it's going to be like 15 to 20 years after the fluoridation was introduced, because one of the assumptions I operate upon is that it is a lifelong exposure, like from just after infancy onto adulthood that the fluoride exposure happens. So we might not have to look for like old social justice warriors who were alive at the time of the fluoridation, because their brains had already formed to an extent and weren't as corrupted by it. So first, find out all of the data on when people started fluoridating. Then look in the vicinity of 15 to 20 years later to start looking for outbreaks of social justice. One of the parts of your duties, indeed, is to find out the mean date, the mean length between fluoridation and social justice outbreak. Give us an idea of the period over which the fluoride is administered that it actually has an effect, because it might not be from infancy on. It might be a certain key number of years. However, I digress. Your mission is clear.
If you accept it, it will self-destruct in 5 seconds.
I'll check that out. You know, I have a system that takes the fluoride out of my water.
I drink distilled water. Mama Wallace's boy didn't raise no fools.
But I think here in Costa Rica we don't have a proper septic system here, so I don't think they actually douse our water here with fluoride. In fact, we don't even have, like, the shit that goes into my toilet goes into my backyard. I have a leach field, so there isn't a sewer system here as such. There's no place that the shit goes other than the ground.
I didn't know we...
I had an old Costa Rican guy that took the back of my head and shoved it into some brown dirt and said, "Look, this is where gringo shit is."
I did not know that we could Google hangout with people who lived in the 1840s. I cannot believe this Google has made.
Well, it's the Google time travel app, so...
I know, you know what? I think that there's a lot of things that created social warriors, and I don't think that it necessarily has to do with fluoride in the water.
Well,
not necessarily.
I also have my alternate theories, and all of them converge upon a series of factors. For instance, premature birth. I've gone over this when the paracingulate sulcus isn't fully formed if you're prematurely born, and it helps you distinguish from imagination and reality. That, in combination with a sheltered environment that discourages physical activity, because they all seem to have severely deconditioned bodies, right? And, never any physical activity. All of these factors, lack of physical activity leading to adrenergic toxicosis, premature birth leading to inability to distinguish between reality and fiction, the culture that they live in. I'm sorry, go on. You?
Hey, Ray. Hey, Ray. I think it's kind of odd that my daughter and I and my son are all three allergic to fluoride. Therefore, we had to get it filtered, and we had to get the natural toothpaste.
How'd you find out that you were allergic to it?
You puke. You puke a lot. You puke. Anytime it's around, and when you drink water that's in it, sometimes you don't puke right away. It's the amount of water you might drink, and then you'll be like, oh my gosh, I'm going to puke. And then you're like, oh yeah, I was drinking water. That water must have fluoride in it. So, right. But we all turned out above average IQ and not followers and several other things that might support his theory.
That is one thing they have found in rodents, that fluoride makes mice more, complacent, a little less aggressive, less easily disturbed. And I mean, sure would be a great way to keep everybody docile and fat and stupid.
That totally explains my IQ of 76 and cultist mentality.
Of course, when I shower, I fill my mouth with toothpaste first so they can soak it. But I don't swallow any of it, It just reverses the acid decay damage that occurred over the previous day.
I imagine he's literally like, he just like squirts it in his mouth and is kind of like, and then just like goes like, and the water just goes in his mouth, and then he's just like, and that's it. The entire process.
No,
Except I know that he's paranoid about the brushing part.
And when I floss my teeth, no plaque comes out because my toothpaste has triclosan, which kills the bacteria if they're sufficiently soaked and jostled, which they are.
The jostling is an essential part of the process.
Yeah.
Hey guys, they need to change the MGTOW acronym to men going their own wank. Oh my gosh, the chat is so funny. Instead of men going their own way, because they're single, they're not getting married, going their own.
I just didn't hear. I didn't hear what you said. Like men going their own something other than way at the end.
Okay, never mind then. Now I'm too embarrassed to tell the joke. I'll type it in the chat. Okay.
Okay. I just missed the last part. Okay.
So you speak
I got it.
Grasshoppers, right?
What? What's that?
Grasshopper, you speak Spanish?
I don't speak fluent, beautiful Spanish, no, but I speak enough. I use a lot of body language, actually.
That is actually an incredibly important part of communication.
Yeah, it's amazing how much I can communicate with, like, everything physically. But I do have my words. No, it has nothing to do with that. Look, I could just read that from, hey, look at your, there's lots to read. So it's not about the body, it's about the body. Anyways, yeah, I don't speak great Spanish, but I do get along. When you're immersed into a language, you make do. Even if you didn't go to school. The brain does so much wonderful training when it's young, and I miss that as far as Spanish. So it's a real effort for me, and if I worked harder at it, I'd probably be better, but I don't.
Yeah,
I can teach you.
And I'm semi-good at Spanish all the way around, so, because I've dealt with a lot of, shall I say, Mexican mafia people. Not currently, but in the past.
They're syndicated.
I have some friends in the mafia.
Let me tell you about my little friend.
No, no.
Well, a lot of them won't talk to you unless you could talk the Spanish.
Oh, I see. Talk the talk. Walk the walk.
Yes, Ramon. Pero me llamo el conquistador de amor.
Dubstep beat, enter now.
What?
You can enter a dubstep beat.
Dubstep Rizzle with his idiotizer app would be the funniest thing ever.
Necesito hacer agua amarillo.
The level of concentration on displayed on his face is that's what seals it.
So tu piña es amarillo.
Difficult.
Oh my gosh.
Look, dude, you gotta breathe, man. You're getting all red.
I think he's gonna burst a blood vessel if he tries any harder.
Oh man.
I will try 7,000 times.
He's gonna die.
That's the new gym.
I knew it. I knew it.
Workout your lungs.
I would be the one to kill Rizzle Dizzle. my channel would be the one.
I would love to see you try.
Okay, Charlie, don't drink. I don't drink.
What?
I had this bottle for like 2 years, and I just finished it. It's 4-year Florida Canada. And then I finished this bottle, and this is Cortez. There was only a little bit in each bottle, but I had these bottles for so long. This is a monumental.
Thanks for letting us know. We were worried. I drank all of this one, and I drank all of this one.
No, there's only, and now there's this much, like the same, this much left in a Belvedere vodka. And both of these are rum that I've enjoyed while we've been on our hangout. But now my question is, because I want more to drink, should I go to vodka?
Oh, I don't know.
They say white after black is very not good, but you should eat something in between. Yeah,
This reminds me that I just need to drink more rum, because rum is pretty good.
I invented it.
Strange, but I'm enjoying alcohol.
I have no alcohol. But I am a little bit messed up too. I took my medicine, my benzos. So yeah, I feel a little messed up. But they're prescribed. They're mine.
Really? I mean, because they're so easy to steal. People always ask why I have those scrubs. It's so I can sneak into hospitals and steal their drugs. Hello.
They're super comfortable. Come on, why wouldn't you?
They are super comfortable too, yes. They breathe very well.
That's why I've got, I don't know, I've got a bunch of, my old military stuff. It's like, yeah, this is my old, PT gear. You know what? It's the most, this tracksuit thing is the most comfortable thing to sleep in of all time. I don't know what this is lined with. It's like some sort of, microfleece type of thing. You may as well just be wearing a blanket all the time with this.
So the military invented Snuggies and shit.
Yeah, Snuggie.
It's just a normal looking sweater, but it feels like a Snuggie. It's pretty great. It looks still pretty awful because it's this like drab gray shit, and it's just like sweatpants and a sweater, but and this lovely like gray shirt.
Not exciting. It's not exciting. You're right.
Well, it doesn't have an open back, so I mean.
Comfortable. So that's all that's important, right?
Wait! I almost forgot. Are you going to compile that data and come up with conclusions like I asked, or go with the titties option?
Yeah, no, I'm going to compile data for you. You're a data kind of guy, and you know what?
No, I'm a lazy kind of guy. I'm like.
I'm sorry.
You go, girlfriend. You go. Yeah.
So okay, you're
compile that data.
I've been watching some transgender videos for the past 3 nights, so I'm all into this. I don't like Gigi, but I like this other girl. What's her name? She's hilarious.
See, Athena's gotten into the spirit of things, but she doesn't even own the
You only get cleavage, though. That's it.
I don't have cleavage. You show yours. There we go. Come on.
I'm already showing my cleavage. See, it has hair in it.
I know. We see your cleavage already. Okay. Yeah.
No.
But do you have to like pull it down more to show cleavage? No, he's like, no, don't do this. Don't do this.
No. You're raping me with your eyes.
You're the one who used the titty bet, and you're trying to escape it with all of this distraction and subterfuge, and it's simply not working. You have to either compile the data as you promised, or show titties as you promised.
Well, this
She
is
forgot the
like
question.
an ongoing thing, isn't it?
What?
Isn't this like an ongoing thing? Like I watch these videos that you put up like sporadically throughout the week, and so I don't feel very pressured to answer you because you kind of walk into my living room a couple times a week. I could answer you whenever I want.
That's right. Take that.
Damn, girl.
In a box
But
of
if you watch my videos that much, you must obviously love me, and you must also know that titties make me happy. And these two things.
And I don't have them, so it's very disappointing to know I'll never make you happy, honey.
Oh.
Oh well, just add that to the list of every woman
I have
ever.
this idea that I could make this video about like this man who I fall in love with and that falls in love with truly me, and like a sex toy later I get the fake titties. But I just don't want to get the fake titties to attract a guy. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Actually, no.
But I used to be like that.
I mostly just like saying
they
the
are
word
a
titties.
toy, right? They're little plastic doodads that I can put underneath my skin for funner sex. I mean, my tits are nice, but they're fucking small. But I tell you, if I look on the internet, it'll say that I'm deformed.
Hey, I like little titties, okay?
Yeah, I'm wrong with that.
I was just gonna say.
Or just as good.
I was just gonna say, I don't discriminate against titties. Small titties are great. Large titties also great. Medium-sized titties, great.
Too. I'm pretty small. I'm wearing a
Okay, guys.
right here.
I have guys, I have yellow fever, okay? So like, you know.
What's that mean? Please, you're nervous. You have.
I'm totally into Asian chicks. So it's kind of like.
Okay.
So you know what I mean.
Flat-chested overall, basically.
So like not always, but so like it's not like the most important thing, you know.
I didn't get bigger boobs until I was like 30-something. I had very flat chest until I was like 30-something, and then all of a sudden they got a little bit bigger. Mine are still only B's.
I was just thinking something. You know,
Sorry? Continue.
What?
Oh, I was just going to say, I should prove myself to you. I will prove that titty size means nothing by making sweet emotional love to you, okay? And I mean, like,
oh,
we both really feel on a deep.
It was only a matter of time.
And then I think that'll pretty conclusively prove the titties, as long as they're like there, like if one is like a squirrel face or something, that is not.
A squirrel face?
Yeah, that would be. Wouldn't you freak out?
Yeah, I just don't know why that's something you would even imagine. That's terrifying.
I have seen women with hairy nipples. It's horrible.
You know, maybe, but you know what? I bet there are some guys out there that are into that. Just saying.
Oh man, I can't. It was like a few weeks ago, but you know, like I don't use Twitter very often, but because of Rizzle, I ended up following Prometheus Divine or whatever. Anyways, she had this thing about like small tits or whatever, and I like kind of looked at it, and I'm like, oh, life's so hard. I'm like, I'm only an A cup. I totally feel the pain of having small tits.
Totally get it, man.
It's like,
Totally
come on, like
I feel you.
Flat-chested as can be. Come on here.
Itty bitty titty committee.
Itty bitty titty committee, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
That's you guys
Not to get
going on.
too, like-
Look at you. That's not you.
Not to be too crude or anything, but the fact of the matter is, women with smaller titties also tend to be more athletic.
That's true.
Yeah,
No,
that's a good point.
No. I mean, yes, but no. Yes, but no. Yes, but no. Because now, when you're this beautiful woman who's athletic, you get tits so that you get the attention for your athleticism. So when I look around, I live in a place there's a lot of hookers. I live in a place that there's very little media. But when I turn media on, I see women that don't look like women from, you know, what I remember media showing women to be. Like, only within the past 15 years, women look different in media. They got all this manly looks. They're all built up here in the 70s.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, when I watch TV, I notice that men behave like total faggots as compared to my youth. Like, I turn on television, I watch sitcoms, and I'm like, why is every guy on here just like a total mincing faggot? I mean, what's up with that? You know? Yeah, the perceptions have changed for the things we're supposed to strive for as people, the goals that were set as society. Guys, they're just supposed to be giant fucking faggots who just, you know, are stupid and they roll with punches, can't stand up for himself. And women, of course,
here's the thing. Here's the thing with
each other in this race. That way, nobody's watching what's really going on with the big picture, and everybody's busy either being bitches to other women, or every guy trying to be sensitive and learning that doesn't work eventually.
Okay, but here's the other thing, right? A lot of the people, like, so my like last ex was she was pretty athletic, right? Had like small tits, and basically what it comes down to is a lot of the people that are more like self-motivated, who are more athletic or are really into like you know, whatever activity, they tend not to really actually care that much about like media. Like, I don't really watch TV. I think
that you're right as far as this small group who are fairly kind of, you know, you may be considered slightly intellectual group, a thinking group, but there's a lot of people out there that are not that. They are, you know,
a lot.
Well, the kind of chicks that I go for are
for women that look like transvestites. Thus, I've been looking transvestites for the past couple, because there's a lot of great fashion trips.
Where do you live again?
That women can get. You know, men seem to like this and this look with this heavily painted. I see men come here for that. They come here to screw women that look like transvestites.
You realize that the markings you speak. Those markings you're talking about, that's what identifies them as prostitutes. Do you understand? It's like a Denny's waitress uniform. They're not. It's not that they're attracted to that look. It's that look signifies I am a prostitute. This ass is for sale.
And every newscaster woman, most of my friends have fake boobs. They don't even publicize it, like show it up like, hey, look at my fake boobs. They're like older women that decided to do it because their boobs sagged after a couple of children. So there's lots and lots of women that get fake boobs. It's very natural these days to say, hey, I can alter myself to make myself look better. And thus, unfortunately, I think, personally, my opinion, thus feel better, which is so sad.
So do you think I look like a transvestite?
No, I think you look like a beautiful woman, and you've got some fullness up top that I can tell.
I have these muscles that I can't get rid of because, like, I trained a lot when I was younger in swimming and pull-ups and everything. It won't ever go away.
That's fine because, you know, I watched this really fucking stupid girl, but, you know, I love all these stupid people because we're all kind of stupid in some ways. But this name, she's got lots of viewers named Trisha Paytas, and she's got all kinds of extra fat going on in all kinds of areas, and she's loving it, and other people are loving it, and she's owning it, and like, good for her. And as far as I'm concerned, she's more like a transvestite than a woman because she dresses it up and acts it out every day live for YouTube.
Hey guys, let me simplify this. If you're happy, if you're healthy, you're good. You're good. Yeah.
I'm miserable and I have stage 4 pancreatic cancer.
I don't know. I'm severely kitty-capped, and I mean, I don't know if it was from physical exercise from when I was young, or maybe it was just from being born, unfortunately, a male. But I just don't ever think I'm going to reach my true like titty potential here. I think I've kind of peaked on like the tit growth, so I don't know.
Do you want them?
I don't know. I'm quite happy with the way that I am. I just don't think that, you know.
Wake up, Brizzle, or go to sleep.
Just trying to pick this off I found.
You think you look good in makeup and heels? You feel it? Do you want to, like, live it? Do you want to act it? I know a lot of straight men that love to pretend that they're faggot men just for fun for some reason.
Yes,
it sounds like a lot of work for a guy who was a year and a half between haircuts. I mean, did you consider that before trying to sell this whole thing?
Pardon me? I'm sorry. Explain again.
Yeah, I go like a year
For
and a half.
somebody who gets a hair,
trying to sell this elaborate makeup bullshit to me. I mean, that's just.
Yeah, then she's gonna start telling you, I'm an Avon representative, and these are the types of makeup.
Yeah, this sounds like a lead-in for selling me makeup and heels. It's like, no, I wear the clothes that I like wearing already, and
we've caught you. We knew it. You're a makeup salesman.
I feel like this is like a sales pitch.
Avon spy.
I'm sorry. Selling what? What's
makeup?
No. We're just joking.
We're messing with you.
We're messing with
that's
you.
really popular. I'm not. I should be wearing more makeup.
No. What we're saying is that you're trying to sell makeup to me and Rizzle.
Yeah, because you're talking about men wearing makeup.
Yeah, you're like
door to
on and
door.
on about what I've watched recently on YouTube.
It's interesting that happens, but it sounds, I don't know, it seems like the makeup companies should be getting on that train.
For it.
I don't understand what you mean. Do you mean that the makeup companies would
No. It's like
little ad underneath the video towards a woman that shows makeup tutorials?
That is not a bad... Having the guys who dress up with the makeup and the heels probably like marketing makeup to those guys would probably make a lot of money. That's what we're getting at.
Yeah, you're like, I know some men that wear makeup. It's cool. It's a cool thing to do, guys.
It's like it's totally cool for guys to wear makeup. That's how society is nowadays. It doesn't matter if you're a guy, wear all the makeup you want. Here, spend thousands of dollars on this makeup.
Right here.
Pay me thousands of dollars to sell you makeup.
Some of the most brilliant makeup wearers that there is. I've recently watched these videos. One girl, Courtney something, she actually sings opera, like real opera, like in Europe on stage. And she's a man, and she works hard to produce this woman-like look. And there's certain men that I guess they must be gay because she still has her penis that really go for it.
He's talking about you, Andrew.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if these are the people who are the real innovators of, like, the makeup artistry, then perhaps these are the people...
Amazing. Their transformation is amazing, but I think that their attitude is truly what's within them, even though they have a dick.
I don't... All that doesn't really matter to me. What I'm saying is, from the makeup company standpoint, these are the people that the makeup companies should be, like, getting to promote their products, or at least selling to, because these are the people who are like, look at what makeup can do for you, right?
Well,
No.
especially today, like, I watch people on vacation, and they experience their whole vacation through their fucking smartphone. I watch families come into a restaurant, and 20 years ago, the parents would be hauled away for child abuse because the entire hour and a half that they sit there through a meal, everyone's looking at a personal device and nobody actually communicates. I have 60-year-old friends of mine that are smart, that don't actually live here, that I know from Toronto, that actually worry about the future of people, of the young people, because they're not actually communicating with real people anymore. They're always looking down at their personal device.
Wait, what does it have to do with selling makeup to trans or cross-dressing guys? I'm just curious how that ties together.
God damn it, she got away from the topic of makeup, which is boring as shit. She should be commended.
Yeah,
and
thank
need
you.
to return to that.
Okay, yes. I was just wondering if, like, the alcohol just erased my memory or not.
All my makeup is like 10 years old and moldy, but you know, I do what I can.
I was just wondering if, like, the alcohol I had erased my memory, or if it was just, like, a topic switch. But however, yes, when it comes to, like, portable devices, it irritates the shit out of me when I try to talk to somebody and then all of a sudden they're just, like, looking at their phone or whatever. And sometimes I'll just get up and walk away. If somebody does it enough times, I'm like, well, you know, you're not actually here to talk to me, so there's no reason for me to be here in person.
Here's this. I have memories of, like, 25 years ago of having an incredible experience in nature and learning so many incredible things. And you know how memories go. You know how the past goes. You remember things like photographic images. So I remember being in a car and returning from one of these tours where I saw these insects and saw how I could get makeup from the orange goop from the inside of a pod that grows off a tree. And I watched all these amazing things, and I'm sitting in the car and I'm watching the trees like go by as the car's going 60 miles an hour. And that was almost the most...
Well, what's happening here?
I don't know. What is happening?
I don't know.
Magic? Are you a technomancer?
Because he has theathame. It's Rizzle's fault for having theathame. Just kidding.
Oh yeah, he's totally using his serial killer voodoo on people.
Anyways, whatever.
Voodoo.
He just wants to see titties.
Well, I would agree that is...
Titty lover. What a selfish man.
That is something that all titty aficionados are after, so you can't really blame them.
Yeah, don't blame the players hate the game.
The game of titty appreciation?
I guess.
That's a pretty good game, though.
Yeah, it's a good game.
Oh, is she getting naked?
Okay, that's the rest of my vodka, and after this,
doubt
I'm
it.
out. It's like fucking 2:30 in the morning, and that's lunatic.
Yep. I'm done too. When you're done. Time for
What are you doing, Rizzle? Rizzle Dizzle Ray?
Yeah, this hangout just wrecked my whole day. I mean, I was gonna clean more. Thanks a
I was
lot.
thinking, why don't you take a vacation on your vacation?
Well, I'll sleep a few hours, then I'll get up during the day. It's nice being up during the day.
Is it cold there?
What does the sun look like?
Very bright and very fucking hot this time of year. Just sweating my ass off.
I haven't seen the sun forever.
I don't know. Look at this. Look at this face. Do you see any pigmentation here? Right?
No, you look great, though. You know, you look fucking great.
I look great for like a fucking vampire. Like I've got the screen tan going on.
I thought she said rape. You look raped.
Yeah, rape.
I look rape. I look rape. It's all of the whiteness.
Yeah.
The pure whiteness of my skin just exudes rape particles.
Oh, we found a way that you can joke about rape.
Sorry, Lolgic. I think that we should do this earlier because this is fucking 3:30 in the morning and Rizzle gets really wasted.
Well, it
Yeah,
normally
this was for fun, guys. This was just for fun.
Well, yeah, I was just thinking, we do have to go. I should do something with my day, plus I'm getting ready to eat some soup.
What time is it there?
It's
noon on
2:30.
Sunday, right? Logic.
What's that? What's that? What's that? What's
Noon
that?
on Sunday to Grasshopper, right?
What about grasshoppers?
I'm
Noon
going on a
on
monkey
Sunday?
tour.
Oh yeah, you're going on a monkey tour. Okay, bye.
Oh, yeah.
Goodbye, my new friend. I shall see you once moreth, once the future has cometh, in the great majesty of life in the universe, foreshadowing the
Okay, ciao.
Bye, Logic.
Bye.
Peace out, guys.
Wait, I'm going? Who's going? Who's going?
I'm going.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, beautiful.
She goes, I go. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Okay, are you guys gonna stay here? What's up?
I wanted to hear what you thought about her theories.
Which ones?
I can't remember which one it was that you responded to.
The dance-a-mancer theory or movement therapy? What's this movement therapy thing? You gotta explain.
Oh
this.
no. I think it's a joke. She
Well,
just did this video where she's like sweeping with a broom and like pretending to do like therapy. It's sweeping therapy. I think it was comedy.
You burn all the calories. Get back in the kitchen and clean.
Don't you want to do sweeping therapy? Yeah. It was kind of funny.
Exciting.
Yeah. Anyway, bedtime? Bedtime?
Yeah, I have to do a move tomorrow, and it's out in Bridgewater, which is like dump territory, like dump houses. So that's going to be exciting.
You have a YouTube channel, Tony?
Bye, Logic. Bye, everyone.
Yeah, I do. I mostly take videos of the training sessions that we have, like with the swordsmanship class, and then I make private videos mostly, and then I just share